Hi, everybody. What's up? I've missed y'all. I've been gone for a minute. Now I'm back with the jump off. Hi, Fallon. What's up, babe? Let me see if I'm live. Am I live? Ooh, on my middle finger. What's up, family? What's up, y'all? Missed y'all. Missed y'all. Oh, gosh, you guys. I was busy. I was so busy. I've missed you guys, okay? I've been working on these videos. I've edited a lot of videos. Oh, my gosh. They took forever. Whew, and I've learned a lot. Get in here, you guys. Get in here. Oh, thank you, boo-boo. I'm trying, girl. I am trying. Okay, I got to do content for the Amon show. So I am trying. Okay. But my hair definitely looks a lot healthier, though. Oh, thank you, Abby. I'm working, you guys. I have videos coming up for the Amon show. I'm like, hey, guys, this is the Amon show. I'm Marlene. I'm your host. And today, it was so hard. It was so hard. I need to practice that because I'm used to talking a lot. And like those videos, you really have to be like, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is hard. How I think you can. This is like Amon show girl here. The Amon show. So welcome to the Amon show, people. Oh, thank you. Thank you. But I still have like the back of my hair still needs help though. Because that part got cut. Yeah, a twist out. Then I let it out. It's looking fluffy. Okay, so I'm growing my hair, you guys. Oh, thank you, Lacey. It's the Amon show, you guys. It's the Amon show. I'm trying. I put this nice dress on, and this baby, like, he threw up all over me. I'm like, man, you can't even wear nice clothes when you have a child. Thank you, Queen. Thank you, Queen. Thank you, Queen. Y'all making me feel good. Thank you, you guys. I wore this nice dress, and then boom, the baby threw up on me. Trying to look presentable. Okay. Trying to look presentable. But I have missed you guys. I've missed you guys. Yeah. Oh, Lord. I got to cut my hair again in October. But it's okay. I'm finally going to get there. I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there. I am going to get there. In the name of Jesus, I'm going to get there. Okay. Bless his hair. I'm going to have fun. Yeah, that's what I did. I did like a blunt cut, like a bob. It was like right here. But I still need to cut it because I still have like holes, especially in the back of my head. But hopefully one day, sorry, I just ate. Sorry, hopefully one day all around my hair is going to be like super even, right? Oh, thank you. Thank you, ladies. So thanks. I appreciate you guys. I've missed you guys, I've missed you guys so much. I had to edit all these videos because I have to expose Kamala Harris. Yes, y'all. I have to expose Kamala Harris. She has to be exposed. Her party, her donors, all of the people behind her, they need to be exposed. They need to be exposed. But I'm trying to do like shorter videos also. So pray for me. It's not easy. With Maverick, it's not easy. My co-host, he's downstairs. His auntie came. His other auntie came. So hopefully he's nice to her. Okay. So, hey T, what's up? So today we're going to talk about Stephen A. Smith. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to talk about Stephen A. Smith. Oh, this guy, like, he just irks my soul. He irks my soul. Did you guys get to see Kamala Harris in her interview? Yeah, I told you she's mediocre. I told y'all she's mediocre. And she's very insincere. I don't know if you noticed that, Fallon. And have y'all noticed that every time she lies, hey, Bag, have y'all noticed that every time she lies, she scratches herself? Okay, I'm gonna do a live about her maybe tomorrow night. But have you noticed that every time she's about to lie, she's like, oh, thank you, Sheila. Every time she lies, like she scratches herself, like she'll do this or she'll do this. Let me see if I still have it up because I recorded a video earlier. Hold on. Let me find the video for you. Hold on. Where she asked her, like, what are you going to do on day one? And she started scratching herself. She's always scratching her face. Where is that clip? Always scratching her face. Yeah. Because she's about to lie, Valen. She's about to lie. She's about to lie. She's about to lie. She's always scratching her. I can't find the footage. Because I did another video earlier, but you guys will see it. She's always scratching. I'm like, it's part of her body language thing. When she's about to lie, she's gonna like, she starts scratching and stuff. It's like, you are just really bizarre. Okay, so but we'll do tomorrow. I'll do the live about this lady and her lies and her Tim Waltz. Like, it's just insane. I cannot believe, you guys. I cannot believe that America has come to a point where people are really considering putting in power such a mediocre person for the sake of like, oh, I just don't like Trump. I'm like, so because you don't like Trump, you think she's deserving of that? She deserves to be in the White House just because you don't like Trump? You are weird. Stephen A is so fake. Hold on. I just finished a video about him. It's like a smaller video, but it's like an hour. Oh gosh. I need to get better at this. I talk too much. Let me see. Let's watch Stephen A. Smith and what he had to say. Hold on. Okay, let me see this. Oh, before we start also, I looked it up. I looked up how much he's worth. He has a net worth of like $13 million, right? $13 million. So I'm like, okay, off the bat, off the rip, I already know that you're not about to go vote to pay more taxes. You're full of it. Like, anytime I see a black millionaire, a black multimillionaire telling me, oh, I'm with her, or saying, oh, I'm supporting her, I'm gonna vote for her, I'm like, yeah, you're full of it. Who's gonna willingly go into a voting station and vote against their own interest? You're gonna vote against your own money, right? You want to go pay more taxes. Yeah, right. You want to pay more taxes. Then just give the money away. Okay, you want to pay more taxes. Man, sit down somewhere. You want to pay, because she wants to tax people also on unrealized gains, you guys. I said, what? So let's say you have a portfolio. If any stock in your portfolio goes up, even if you don't sell it, you have to pay, you'll have to pay a tax on that. So if you have an Apple stock and it goes up like $100 or even $1,000, you are going to have to pay taxes on that, even though you haven't sold your stock. I'm like, what? What is she talking about? What are you doing? Okay. Oh, she's a liar, T. She is a liar. She is such a liar. And that's how you know a lot of people do not keep up with politics, right? There was an uptick in violence because of Obama. Obama brought the violence. Okay, what Obama did, especially with Joe Biden, because Joe Biden was responsible for the stimulus package during the mortgage crisis of 08, right? And so by doing so, they created an $800 billion bailout for the banks. And a lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of people lost their jobs, right? I think the problem is she black? Is your friend black? Is she black? Okay, because I don't know if I can play this for you guys, because I've been editing. Let me see if I can find the video. Let me see. Exactly. That these people don't be know nothing. Hold up. Wait a minute. I've edited a video, you guys. It is really long. I was gonna play it for y'all. But maybe later. Of course, she's like, yeah, she knows nothing. Most black people are very unsophisticated when it comes to politics, right? They are just, a lot of black people, not to be offensive, but a lot of black people, they're just getting into politics now. They're just caring about politics now because they're told that there is Trump the racist outside, right? But before then, they never cared about politics. So they're just coming in. And they're not even coming in because they have facts. They're coming in with like little things that they've read on the shade room, there and there. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance, and a lot of them also have a lot of misinformation because they're not. It's not a people who actually care about politics. You understand? But anybody who can be honest, right, and who knows what happened under the Obama administration knows that so many people lost their homes. And the banks got these huge bailouts. I mean, these people were getting paid all kinds of bonuses, 20 million, 22 million, 13 million. And the people, the regular people, the middle class people, they were getting foreclosed upon. They were getting kicked out their homes, right? The whole time Obama vacationing at Martha's Vineyard, right? How can somebody say that there was an uptick in racism with Trump when the same people who are supporting Trump, many of them also supported Obama? They voted for him. So what happened? But it's so much easier to discount people as racist than to actually lean in and try to know, like, okay, why do you feel this way? What is it about Trump that actually appeals you? Did you ever vote for Obama? Because that wouldn't fit the narrative, right? Because in America, the media wants you to believe, the DNC wants you to believe that every white person is racist, right? All white people who don't vote Democrat are racist. No, a lot of them have valid claims. Okay? A lot of them have a lot of valid claims because what he did to those people, it ain't right. You come on and you say the audacity of hope and joy, and you're going to fight for the middle class. And the whole time, the middle class is losing their homes, and the people on Wall Street are getting richer and richer and richer. No, they were upset. And unlike most Black people, white people, when white people feel disenfranchised, when white people feel unearned, they're going to be outside. Okay? Black people, you can keep lying to them. You can keep pushing them back. You can keep delaying. They put up with that. They're not going to do it. They're like, okay, it's fine. I'll keep voting for you. Oh, it's fine. I'll keep voting for you. This is not how white people handle business. You know, this is not how white people handle business. You know what I'm saying? That's it. But I mean, there's always racism. And I would even argue that especially now, under Biden and Harris, I would even say there's bigotry. You have a lot of people of color who feel very, very comfortable being mean to white people, bullying white people, all kinds of being hateful towards white people just because they're white. And they get away with it. They get away with it. Right? But it's funny how people never see their bigotry. They only see the perceived racism. A lot of people now are becoming bigots. I have to cut somebody off like, yo, you're too hateful. Like, it's one thing to say, oh, I don't like white people and this and that, right? But there's a certain level, like once you cross that, it's just too dark for me. Like, whoa, like it's a little excessive, right? Because you're not about to sit here and paint a picture as if every single white person is evil, every single white person is racist. Like, that is obtuse. Like, you are obtuse. Okay, in my life, in my personal life, even especially in college, right? I've had a lot of white people do so many good things for me. So no, I'm not going to say that. That's not fair. That is not fair. I've encountered really nice white people, and I've encountered mean white people. I've also encountered nice Black people, and I've encountered awful Black people. So ultimately, it's up to the person to decide whether they're going to be good people or they're going to be bad Black people. It's up to you. But this whole thing like, oh, it's us versus them. No. It's not a me versus them based on skin color. It's me versus them based on their mindset. What is your mindset? Some people don't have a good mindset. Some people have a great mindset. So me, I've surpassed this whole complexion stuff because just because you share the same complexion as someone does not mean they have your best interest at heart. And just because someone is white or whatever, or yellow or brown, whatever, doesn't mean that they also hate me. You have to get to know people. But it's very idiotic to me to not lean in and try to get to know people. You know, like you're tribal and you're a xenophobe, you're a bigot. I mean, you need to go figure that out, right? But it's crazy. Like, you know, you've encountered every single white person and you know that every single white person is racist. How reductive. It's embarrassing. Like in 2024, that people will think like that is very shameful. Okay, there are a lot of nice white people. There are a lot of funny, crazy white. Like, you're so crazy, right? There are a lot of good people everywhere. You just got to find the right people and you have to learn to read character. But you can look at skin color too, and you can encounter people who have your complexion and who are very awful. We see it all the time. So, miss me with that. Okay? But anyways, your boy, he's worth $13 million. All right. So now let's go over here.
I couldn't wait to get into this next subject. I absolutely positively couldn't wait, ladies and gentlemen. It was necessary, and I couldn't wait to get into it. I've been waiting all day to touch on this because last night, Democratic nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris, sat down for her first interview since entering the race 5 weeks ago, alongside VP nominee, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Both were interviewed by CNN's Dana Bash. When asked what she would do on day one as president, Harris said she would look for ways to, quote, strengthen the middle class, end quote, and try to bring down housing prices nationwide. Harris also plans to extend a $6,000 child tax credit to families in the first year of a child's life. Former President Trump's campaign is mocking Vice President Harris for bringing Walz to her first interview since launching her bid for the White House. However, Trump's first interview, just to get this out of the way, remember his first interview after the Republican National Convention was a joint interview alongside his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, with Fox News' Jesse Waters. And if you look back over the last decade, presidential candidates have sat for interviews with their running mates, including John McCain with Sarah Palin in 2008. Barack Obama did the same with Joe Biden that same year as well. Hillary Rodham Clinton and Tim Kaine did a joint interview in 2016. And finally, Donald Trump and Mike Pence also sat down together in 2016. That was a quote that a lot of people were making. And I understand that quote. It certainly came from members of my team because I want to put you up. Listen, I've got some family members. I've got people that I'm close to. I've got a staff that I trust tremendously so. And they express themselves. See, I want the expressions. I don't want a bunch of yes people around me. Okay. I mean, you may not know him. This is dude Rashawn. Let me tell you something right now.
Why he's so agitated? How do people watch this man? He is loud and he is seriously agitated, which kind of makes me feel like he's not a sincere person. Like Stephen A. Smith, I don't think he's a sincere person because he's just way too agitated. Like it's extra. Like it's just way too extra. I'm like, yeah, something bad's about to happen. Like, what's the lie? What's the scam? Okay, just tell me now, right? I'm like, this is very bizarre. He's very, very loud.
Now, I got a dude named Rashawn that works for me. That man don't listen to anything I say until he has to. I mean, he wakes me up at 7 in the morning to get on my last damn nerves, okay, about his opinions, okay? He ain't no yes man. I mean, I got Sherry. You would think. I mean, listen. I'm a marvelous boss. I'm told. I'm a boss, right? You wouldn't know. I mean, Sherry, like, I don't agree with that at all. I mean, I don't know what you're thinking. And somebody else who's going to remain nameless took the time out of her busy schedule. She's married. Got dogs in the house and all of this other stuff. Happily married person, very, very busy, preoccupied with her life and a multitude of jobs and responsibilities and all of this other stuff. But oh no, this person took the time to sit down and write a damn dissertation to me about how wrong she thought my opinion was after watching me on Cuomo Nation with Chris Cuomo on Thursday night. She took the time to write a note to me. Let's put that note of it because I want the public to see. I ain't gonna let you know who it is. Because I love her to death. You understand that she's entitled to her opinions. But damn it, I want y'all to see the kind of stuff that I got to deal with right here, okay? Now, damn it, that's not enough on the screen. Some of it is cut out. So I need to be able to read this post that she sent to me. I respectfully disagree. There have been at least 4 presidents to date who have sat for an interview with their presumptive vice presidential nominee, and that includes Trump, Pence, the vice president. Selection matters. Right now, it's taking up space in Trump's head, causing him to show out and all of this other stuff. This is what she said. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want, and I say this albeit rhetorically,
let me read this because he's so loud. I respectfully disagree. There have been at least 4 presidential candidates who sat for an interview with their presumptive vice presidential nominee, and that includes Trump and Pence. The vice president selection matters. Right now, Kamala is taking up space in Trump's head, causing him to short circuit. Like, this is like, I'm like, these black women cannot be serious, right? Like, you really think, I'm not trying to be funny, right? But like when you look at Kamala Harris, like I'm being really serious, right? And she came out recently with her little interview with Dana Bash, right? Who in their right mind will be preoccupied with this idiot? Seriously, I don't like. Are we looking at the same person, right? It really, like you, Mr. Keith, say it louder. I'm like, are we really looking at a real person? If you said that, if Trump was running against Obama, and you felt like, yeah, Obama was preoccupying him, and because of Obama, he was like, his mind was going a short circuit. Okay, I'm like, yeah, I can kind of see that, right? Because Obama is very, very eloquent, and Trump is not so eloquent, right? I can see that. But I'm like, are we looking at the same person? We're all looking at Kamala Harris, right? You mean to tell me we're all looking at this lady? Where is she, right? We're looking at this lady right here. And you really believe in your heart of heart that Trump is worried about this lady? Who is she? Who is this lady? She needed money from him to be able to run her campaign. He put money in her campaign. Did she put money in his campaign? Are you kidding me? She has to wait for the White House to allow her to fly on a private plane. She never even flew private before, right? Trump has his own like private jet. It's a plane like a 777. Okay, like, are you insane? The man is a billionaire. This man paid. They wanted him to pay a deposit, like a bond of $450 million. He's like, I'm not gonna do it, but he still paid a bond of $150 million. She ain't got that kind of money. Like, scared of what? What is there to be scared of? Even my children will not be scared of her. There is nothing intimidating about this lady. Like, physically, she's not imposing. Her voice, she's not imposing. Her intellect, oh my gosh, it's a snooze fest, right? There's nothing threatening about this lady. There is nothing intimidating about this lady. There is nothing stern about this lady. This lady is a complete joke. She's a complete joke. Like, step outside your little black bubble. Like, look at everybody else. Everybody's laughing at this lady. She is a joke. She is a joke. And the fact that you don't see that she's a joke is sad. But I'm like, Trump is not losing sleep over this lady. He's outside. He's working. She's the one who's hiding in the basement. It's been 40 days. And when she finally comes out the basement, she got to have a man besides her. I told you they always need a man. Okay, because she can't do it by herself. The matter of fact, it's not the issue that she's coming out with him and having an interview. It's that since she has been chosen, since she has been anointed, because she was not elected, she didn't win the nomination, she was given the nomination. But when people say that she's a DEI hire, oh my gosh, why do you say that? Because she's given things because she's a woman. They changed rules for her because she can't meet the standard. And if this is what affirmative action looks like, I can see why they got rid of it. Because I'm like, this is embarrassing. Okay? If this is what DEI looks like, yeah, get rid of it. Because if you're just lowering the standards just to let people in, yeah, it's concerning. It's really concerning. And the mere fact that people are not concerned, like, I'm like, just imagine for a second that this lady actually gets to be president. The mere fact that she didn't have to fight for it, the mere fact that she didn't have to work for it, the mere fact that she didn't have to earn it, what makes you think she's going to take it seriously? What makes you think she's going to respect the thing that she never fought to have in the first place? Right? That's why most things out here cost money, or they cost something. You have to learn to sacrifice for the things that you want. But when you just give people stuff, right? You are teaching people not to value the thing. If this lady right here gets to the White House, like, you've bastardized the entire process. You've made a mockery out of the entire process. And the fact that you don't realize that the mere fact that you're willing to do that just because you hate Trump, that you've never met in person, you're the one that's going through a short circuit. You're the one that's going through a short circuit. Because, I mean, like, anybody out here, y'all, all of us, if you have a job, if you have a platform, if you have a YouTube, whatever you do, you've had to work for it to get it. Right? Who just gives somebody everything? They lowered the standards for her. They take away the primary for her. They take away debates for her. They took everything that could be a challenge out of her way. They gave her the easiest interview. This whole thing was like 45 minutes or an hour long, right? She only spoke for 18 minutes. I'm like, then why you left DC? You left DC to go to Atlanta just to talk for 18 minutes? And her entire trip with security, transportation, her lodging, her food, right? It's probably like $400,000, $500,000 just for her to go to Atlanta and talk for 20 minutes. These people are squandering your tax dollars. And you think Trump is the problem? No, you're the problem because you don't care about your money. You think all this stuff is free. I'm like, do they think when this lady traveled is free? We are paying for this. We paid for her to go to Atlanta. Yes, T. If you add up all the time she's talking, T, I'm telling you, it's 18 minutes. Like all what CNN did, that they filled a bunch of ads. Hey, Anna, they filled a bunch of ads to make it look like it's 40 minutes. T, I'm telling you, take your phone and every time she talk, add it up. Let your timer run. You will see it comes out to 18 minutes. So the American people, whether you're voting for her, you're not voting for her, no matter. They took our coins to pay for that. Right? And she probably spent $300,000, $400,000 on a few hours just to go down to the A to talk for 18 minutes. She could have done that stuff over Zoom. There's nothing she said here that she couldn't have said over Zoom. They're just squandering money. And you don't realize that you're the one that's short-circuited? You're crazy. You are seriously crazy. You're getting scammed by Scamala. I'm like, these people are seriously unhinged. You are unhinged. Like, I'm like, really? Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to be funny, right? But even me, she could pull up outside right now and say, oh, Marlene, let's go have a debate right now. I sure will do it. I ain't scared of her. No one is scared of her. Anybody can debate this lady. Which even, it's even concerning. How did she acquire all these prestigious positions? By cosplaying as an Asian or in South Indian or Black woman? Is this how she got all these jobs? Because she's so mediocre. She makes a joke out of going to law school. You wouldn't even think this lady was a lawyer. Nobody knows what she's talking about. I'm like, and she went to law school? I thought law school was hard. I thought passing the bar was hard. How did she make it this far? It's unbelievable. Like, I mean, it's going to be embarrassing. That's why she keeps trying to change the rules. Now she wants an open mic because she's hoping that Trump is going to say something. And then they're going to use that to deflect, right? Because she has no policies. I even went on her website today. She still has no policies. Still no policy on her website. But Trump is the one who's short-circuiting. You are insane. Why don't she put up her policies so everybody can see what she's about? right? Why is she hiding this? Trump is so bad. Why is this woman hiding what she's doing? Even the Project 25 people, 2025 people, they put their stuff up for you to dissect. And even, I don't know, most of them didn't read it, but at least the Heritage Foundation, they got the document up on their website. Love it, like it, don't like it, at least it's there, right? Why is she hiding her stuff? Where is her stuff? She's not going with, because that's how you know these polls are fake. And these polls, I really feel like they're taking them in the office. I think it's the workers in the office taking the polls. I don't think they're taking the poll with the real people. Okay, because ain't no way, right? So a lady who's been chosen, it's like almost 40 days or 60 days to the election, she still don't have her policy. What exactly is she hiding? And that don't concern you, because you are so convinced that Trump is the bad guy. People are insane. And I can see why the majority of women, they pick horribly when it comes to a man. It's making a lot of sense now, because they go for the outside. And I think a lot of women too, they have this bias thinking that, oh, I know how to read a person. I can tell when a person is good or bad. Obviously, y'all can't. Obviously, you're not, you cannot. Obviously, you cannot. I can see why. I'm not trying to be mean, you guys, but I can see why. I can see why so many women end up with horrible men. I can see why so many women end up with a child all by themselves. I can see why. Because they truly don't know how to pick a man. They don't know how to read a man. God, this is crazy. This is crazy. Like, you're sitting down and you look at Tim Walz and you say to yourself, yep, he has enough experience to be vice president. Like, if she was to die or something was to happen to her that she could no longer serve as president, you know he had to step in, right? And you think him being a coach is enough? Like, what? The fact that he was a history coach, that's enough for you? You're not even going to require someone who has experience? Like, this is so crazy. Even him as the governor in Minnesota, do you know he was raising taxes on corporations during the panini? Their businesses were closed. They were not making any money. And he was still raising taxes on these people. He took forever to call the National Guards. The majority of all these protests that were happening in Minnesota, right, were happening in Black neighborhoods. And he dragged his feet. The mayor was calling him. He dragged his feet to call the National Guards. He wanted to see these Black people lose everything. I'm like, do y'all know who these people are? Unbelievable. And let me tell you something. If you support Trump, if you want to vote for Trump, be also confident in that. Don't even be afraid. Because I'm telling you, you will be proven right. You will, either way, whether he wins or he doesn't win, you're going to be proven right. Stand firm on your position. Don't let anybody make you feel any type of way. You stand firm on your position. And you watch these people make the wrong call, per usual. They always pick the wrong leaders. One thing people gonna do right is always pick the wrong leader. They never fail. From the days of Jesus till now, they will never fail. They will always pick the wrong leaders. Always. These are the same people who were threatened for the jab by the same party who bamboozled them to put a jab into their bodies, and they're going back. They're going back because they love to be abused. They love to be abused, and they love to be lied to. They truly do. Because I'm like, there's no way. We just came out. Oh, no. We just came out this whole Panini situation, right? And a lot of things that you were told were wrong. They were false. All this pressure to get you to put the jab into your body, calling people super spreaders, threatening people with their jobs, threatening people with their livelihoods. People haven't learned. Okay? No, like, people haven't learned. Exactly. They have not learned. I've said that in my other video. They have not learned. They haven't learned. People don't learn that everything is not as it seems. With the media, with social media, there's a lot of deception. And you have to learn to have discernment. But I'm like, this is pure madness, right? I'm like, nobody's scared of this lady. Like, don't lie to yourself. Nobody's scared of this lady, okay? What'd you say? Okay. Boop-a-doop. Check out the day he called into Fox. Incoherent. Oh, sure. And even that, too, like, a lot of them, too, like, because a lot of these Black women, you know, they worship Obama. They worship Barack Obama. They worship Michelle Obama, right? They worship that family. I don't even know why, but that's the obsession with skin color. It's like, it's a tribe. I'm like, Obama and his wife, these people are like the golden calves in the desert out of Egypt, okay? They worship that couple. But then ask them, besides being Black, besides being a Black couple, besides being a multi-million-dollar Black couple, how exactly did Obama make your life better? What policy did he pass that made your life better? What exactly did Obama do that made your life better? Nothing. Nothing at all. He's just Black. He talks smooth. He has a black wife. Sometimes he pat her on the butt. That's it. Because there's some people who's obsessed with symbolism. They want to see performative behavior, right? You don't have to do anything for them. Just perform, because they think everything is a Sunday service, like they're at church, right? But I'm like, what exactly has he done for them? Nothing. Even when it came to the pardon, how many people did Obama even pardon? Not that many people, right? And a lot of people that he didn't want to pardon, but it was Trump who pardoned those people. How much money did Obama give to HBCUs? Even when he was getting into office, he denied, he rebuked a black pastor that he used to go to church with. He had this one black pastor, he used to go to his church when he was trying to be a leader or whatever, an activist in Chicago, right? But when he recognized, hold on. Jimmy, what's wrong? He's crying? Y'all, sorry, my co-host is here. Why he looks so mad?
He's been crying.
Oh my goodness. Maybe say hi to the family. Maybe get so mad sometimes. Oh Lord. Okay, he denied the black pastor. But I'm sure he used the black pastor to get the votes in Chicago. Because he didn't live here. Everything he does is cosplaying. Okay? Everything he does is cosplay. He never lived here. Like, even when he talks, he tries to sound like Martin Luther King. Listen carefully to the reverb in his voice. I'm like, what are you doing? He talks like he's a preacher, right? Because he knows that resonates with black people. He's a swindler. Okay? So I'm like, please, like, what are you talking about? So I'm like, a lot of them, oh, he's incoherent. Me, what I call it when it comes to Trump, right? Trump is not eloquent at all. He is not. If you expect him to talk like Obama and things like that, he's not going to do it. And on top of that, he's not a lawyer. So he doesn't know how to talk. He's not very eloquent. He talks like how he talks. So I refer to that as like Trumpism. So you got to understand Trumpism, right? Yeah. Like, it's very bizarre. And I'm like, what are you? You didn't even grow up here. You grew up in Indonesia. Like, what are you doing? Right? But it's very performative. And it works. It works. Which shows you that the black electorate is a body that really is obsessed with symbolism. And I'm like, it's like giving signs of wonder. You know how like Matthew 24:24 talks about like, the fake signs of wonder that will come and deceive people? Yeah. Black people, they gonna get deceived. Because they're so obsessed with signs of wonder. And I'm like, y'all crazy. Because when it's all said and done, right? What Obama wasn't president. He was president for 8 years. How was your life any better? When everybody was out here losing their house, he was vacationing in Martha's Vineyard. What exactly did Obama do for you? Right? When you could get arrested for putting your child in a different school district, right? He was sending his kids to a school that cost $50,000 a year for middle school. Like, you make no sense. You make no sense. Like, I'm like, people are insane. People are truly insane. And what she say? So I'm like, he's not gonna talk like Barack. I'm also very happy that she controlled the narrative on that question. Control what narrative? She controlled nothing. An adult versus a petulant child. Who's the child here? Well, what are they even talking about? She didn't identify his ignorance with an answer. I love the way that they're running their campaign by hiding, not taking any interviews. Like, you are silly. They have definitely re-energized the Democratic Party. Nobody is re-energized for nothing. Okay, because all you're doing is watching. I'm like, people like this, they only watch CNN, they only watch MSNBC. They're in this bubble. They are in a controlled bubble. I'm like, a lot of black people, I wish they never had TV in their houses. They never had TV and only had books, Lord knows how far people would have been by now. Because TV corrupts people. It corrupts the mind. Like, it really slows you down. But I'm like, a lot of them, like, you're living in a bubble. You got to go all around the internet. Go on X, go on YouTube, watch different people, and you'll see, right? She's not controlling no narrative. Nobody's scared of that lady. Nobody.
Members of my staff, the Democrats and liberals I know everywhere, to black women who are supporting Kamala Harris, to graphic folks working for me like Shagoon sitting there looking like Patrick Beverly, talking to me and swearing up and down on my Lord. Kamala. I asked one simple question.
Yeah, they gave you, and it's the same thing with Beyonce, right? Sacred. It's the same thing with Beyonce, right? People like Michelle Obama and her husband, they give you the white boogeyman. Beyonce also, these Karen acting crazy. I'm going to carry a Dillinger the whole time she lives in Malibu. Okay, she lives in a $200 million house in Malibu. All these black people who tell you white man's so bad, white man's so bad, white men are so racist. They all live in white neighborhoods. They all have white husbands. Okay, Don Lemon, his husband is white. Okay, AOC, her husband is white. Like so many of them, even what's the name, Karine Jean-Pierre, her wife is white. Okay, they marry white people. They marry white people. They live amongst white people. They send their children to school with rich white people. And then they tell you white men so bad, white women so bad. Everybody's a racist. You got to carry a Dillinger. I'm like, no. They go to all these all white parties to run by a bunch of Jewish people to get insider trading tips, right? But they want you to stay away from these people. No, I will not. No, I will not. Okay? Like, no. No. And you know what, Sacred? I've realized another thing too. I said, you know what? I do feel like, because let's be truthful. Let's be all the way truthful, right? In the black community, there's a lot of jealousy and envy. Okay? There is a lot of jealousy and envy. In the black community, people only want people to come together for outrage. Do you ever see them come together to start a business? To raise money for a business? To start a venture capital fund? To put money in people's businesses? Never, ever. Black people in America only come together for outrage. They never come together for productivity. Take all the people on the internet who talk about reparations, all of them, right? Even Yvette over there. They talk about reparations. Because it's like, it's so much easier to talk about it than to actually sit down and say, okay, how exactly are we going to do this? It, like, let's say we could actually get it done. Like, oh, the Congress said, okay, Black America, we want to pay you reparations, right? Nobody's going to have a plan because nobody's actually working on writing the plan. Just talking about it, because all they want to do is use the topic of reparations to make Black America angry and to build their platform and to say, oh, you see, I'm a real one. I'm writing for reparations. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. Right? Nobody's going to sit here and actually write it down, because I've been thinking about it too myself, right? I'm like, yo, somebody really has to sit here and think about it. And I was like, for me, I do feel like reparations should not be a cash payment. Okay? I don't think reparations should be a cash payment because cash is cheap. Money is cheap, right? Like rich people, they're not rich because they have money. Most of them don't even have money like that. They're not liquid. Most rich people have assets. They're not really liquid. And what they do is when they do need money to not have to pay taxes, they go and they borrow against their assets. They go to the bank and they borrow against their asset to go around the tax penalties. I was like, oh, wow. Right? Because if you give people cash, you're going to have, because I'm like, we don't have gold. Today, our money is not backed by gold. Our money is fiat money. So if we print money, it's like you're printing money out of thin air to pay reparations. Well, what's that going to do? Especially if people don't spend the money the right way to stimulate the economy, it's going to create another form of inflation. So it's like you get the money, but the money is worthless because there's too much money in circulation. Just like anything else, if you want it to be worth something of value, right? You have to have less of it. If they print too much money, even if they do give you money, it's worthless money. And that's not what you want. You want money that means something. So for me, like I was thinking about yesterday and today, because I've done so much research, I was like, the way I would do reparations for FBAs, it would be through the tax code. Okay? I would do it through taxes. I think there needs to be a special tax code for people who are descendants of the freedmen, like people who are descendants of of the enslaved. I think it should be done through the tax code. I don't think it should be done through cash. You know, I don't believe that, because I'm like, this cash thing, if you print too much money, because it's not backed by gold. Because if you print, like, let's say it costs $1 trillion to pay reparations, right? Let's say if you want to pay reparations to all descendants of the enslaved, and it comes up to $1 trillion. If you print $1 trillion, you've destroyed the economy. So then this money is worthless. You might as well wipe your butt with it. You might as well. That's exactly what happened in Germany. Hyperinflation. Where it took a barrel. You had to have a barrel, like the whole barrel, like the wheelbarrow thingy, right? You have to have a barrel to go buy a loaf of bread. One piece of bread, it takes a whole barrel of money. Yeah, you crazy. Okay? No, we're not doing that. I'm like, no, that's not what we're thinking. This is crazy. But I do feel like one thing I think about, I feel like the way to do reparations in a way that is sensible, that is effective, and that will stimulate the economy is by doing through the tax code. I think there should be a special tax code for people who are descendants of the enslaved, who can prove that they have lineage and that they are descendant of the enslaved. They should have a special tax code for an entire decade. So like for 10 years, that tax code applies to you. Once you can prove that you have lineage right on this land, and you have lineage of slavery, you have lineage of the freedmen, then that tax code will apply to you for the next 10 years. Okay, now that's part one, because I have different levels to the reparations, and then like part two also for the reparations, I think it should be connected to the HBCUs. Okay, I think like there needs to be a special a special type of funding for graduate programs, not undergrad, but graduate programs. I'm talking like PhD levels, right? Where HBCUs, I'm talking like Morehouse, Spelman, Clark, Emory, Howard, right? They will focus on innovation, such as like anything that pertains to energy. I'm talking gas, natural gas, fracking, solar energy, all that stuff, right? Like they need to focus on that so that we can implement that in the private sector. Also, they should also have like a pharmaceutical, like medical facility kind of thing, where they will do like advanced research on mRNA, like these type of stuff, so that we can come up with new patents for medicine that can bring the cost of medicine down. Yo, I need to run for Senate. I really do. Hey, Elaine. Okay? I really do. Because we need more innovation. Okay? Like, for me, I don't really agree. Like, I've done a lot of research, right? I don't really agree with bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. Because I'm like, for the most part, because one thing you learn about econ, and this is why we also have to stop allowing lawyers to be president. There are too many lawyers who are president. That's why the debt looks like that. There are just too many lawyers in Congress. That's why the debt looks like this. We need to start having money people in politics. Okay, I'm talking like accountants, CPAs, MBA people, finance people, right? Business people. We need to have people who understand money. Okay. Because I'm telling you guys, I am telling you, we need to redo the tax code. Oh, yes. Let me tell you something before somebody steals my idea. Okay. We need to really look at this tax code first and foremost. Because I'm like, the tax code to me is very reminiscent of when the Bible used to be read in Latin. Remember those days? So only the Catholic Church controlled what was in the Bible, because only the Catholic Church spoke Latin. The average person didn't speak Latin. Okay, until Martin Luther came and he translated the Bible into plain language. They're like, oh, so that's what the Bible says, right? And that's sort of a whole revolution of the faith. Because before then, nobody had any clue what was in there. What's in the Bible? I can't read Latin. You had to be an elite. You had to be of the bourgeoisie, okay? Because like only to be a pastor, to be a priest, it was very elitist. It's like going to Harvard. It was not given to the common man to speak Latin. Hunobus platinum Latin, okay? It was not. And so as we fast forward now, I'm like, a lot of people in America, a lot of American citizens do not understand the tax code. They pay it. They just pay it. If you work for a company, the money just comes out your check. You don't even know what's happening to the money. Most people don't even know what rate they're being taxed at. It just comes out. It just comes out, right? But I'm like, we truly need to revamp our tax code. Why do I say that? Number one, you usually pay taxes based on your gross income. I think that is wrong. I think people should pay taxes I think they should pay taxes in a way that also accounts for inflation, right? Because $100,000 in 1996 and the same in 2024. Right? And I'm like, the way they have these brackets, it's like, for the most part, it's still based on the old days of what 100,000 used to be back then. Right? But it's not the same 100,000 today. It's less than that. So I feel like the tax code, it should have a ceiling, but it should also match with inflation. And the ceiling is the highest it will get based on how much money you make. But until then, because we're not going to let you go to zero, right? But at the same time, it's like, it needs to go with inflation. Do I make sense? So it's like, let's say you make 100,000, but it's like, you make 100,000, but currently there's like 3% inflation in the country, right? But your salary now should be adjusted for inflation. And then that's what you pay taxes on. Another thing also, I feel like when it comes to federal taxes also, just because two people make $100,000, they also should not have to pay the same tax rate. Why do I say that? Because $100,000 in California is not the same as making $100,000 and living in Idaho, because the cost of living, right? And I'm like, I think it's really unfortunate that the tax code does not also account for cost of living. Because $100,000 in California, in LA versus $100,000 in New Orleans, it's not the same because the cost of living is different. Right? So you're taxing two people based off how much they make gross, but you're not accounting for the fact that they don't live in the same state. They don't live in the same city, right? They're not facing the same cost of living. And that needs to change. That needs to change. I'm like, that is not fair. I really thought about it yesterday. I'm like, I don't think that's fair. What do you guys think? Right? So it's like, if you make $100,000 in California, that should be adjusted. There has to be a way that you can adjust all these salaries to, like, say, okay, if you live here and you make this much at the federal level, this is really how much you're making. You know what I'm saying? If you live over there and you make this much at the federal level, this is really what you're making. And then you pay taxes off of that, because $100,000 in California, it don't hit the same. A lot of people can make $100,000 in California, but in Idaho, they're like that 100,000, you in Idaho, you have more money left over because the cost of living is different. You know what I'm saying? And so be that. But I'm like, if you work somewhere, that's where you live. That's your state. So I don't even, would you say people could use a different state to lower their taxes? No. If you have an employer, you live in that state for the most part. But based on where you live, that's where you live, and that's where you pay taxes. You can have it so that for you to earn that rate, you got to be there for 3 years or 5 years, right? But it's like, it's not fair, though. It is not fair that somebody who lives in a state that has higher cost of living, just off their gross salary, has to pay the same amount just off of salary, when somebody can make the same amount as you and live in a city or a state that has a lower cost of living. Because the one who's in the lower cost of living, they have more money left over. I don't feel like taxes should no, I don't think it should be a flat tax, though. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't thought about that part yet, but I don't think it should be a flat tax, though. I don't know. I'll think about it. But I definitely think that it should be adjusted. I feel like how much you pay in taxes, your tax rate should be adjusted to match the inflation. Like, if there is inflation in the country, like the thing needs to slide to account for inflation. It shouldn't be static. Oh, if the economy is doing well, this is how much you pay. If the economy is doing bad, this is how much you pay. No, it needs to change. If the economy is doing bad, people should have a discount on their taxes. If it's doing great, then we keep it at this rate. But if it does bad, it's like this. Like, when it does good, here's the tax that we want you to pay. But if there's inflation, it goes like this. It goes like this. But to have it like this, no matter what, inflation, no inflation, and the cost of living is going up, but the tax rate is staying like this, I'm like, no, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's, yeah, but you can live anywhere. So wherever you live, that's what you're going to do. That's where you pay your taxes. That's where you pay your federal taxes. Because if you live there, if you have a water bill there, if you have all these things there, if you have a water bill, if you have a power bill, if you show that you live in a specific state, for that state, that's where you pay your federal taxes. That's it. If you have a water bill, a power bill, a rent, a mortgage, that you live in that state, right? That's where you pay your taxes. So, like, we can ask for all this, like power bill, utility bills, or like your mortgage or your lease agreement, whatever. But I'm like, there is a way that you can say, okay, if you live over here, this is how you're going to pay in federal taxes. If you live over there, this is how you're going to pay in federal taxes. Because I'm like, people, if you live in LA, I'm like, a lot of salaries in LA are inflated because the cost of living in LA is so inflated, you know? But I'm like, $200,000 in LA money, it's like, yeah, it sounds a lot, but for most people who live there, who have to spend like $5,000 on rent or like on housing, how much is left over? How much is left over? Whereas somebody else who, if you live in Idaho or you live in Wyoming and you make $400,000, you have a lot of money left over. And maybe what's also, and I think like the good thing about that too, if we do it that way, maybe also the other good thing about that, and maybe it's going to force a lot of people to move out of these certain cities and go into places, into states that are not populated, right? So that can also take the pressure of housing. Because if you have less people in a congested area and more people move out, the price of housing will go down. So then that's going to make housing even more affordable. Because now, well, okay, where's the cheapest tax rate? Let me go live there. Good, go live there. And so you'll leave a place that's highly condensed, and then you go to somewhere that's not as condensed. And by living there, right, you'll help this other place have less and less people looking for housing. And then maybe, and that's also going to trigger more housing development in these new places also. So I think it's going to work. So I've started thinking about that. But I'm like, the tax code needs some serious revision. And it was so crazy to me that before Trump even got into office, it had been 36 years. You know what I'm saying? No, like, it's not to vote. It stays that way. It stays that way. Like, it's not changing. I don't like, for me, I'm like, I don't want it to change. I'm like, it stays that way. Like, it stays that way. But I'm like, if you live somewhere, why would you move to go live somewhere else? I mean, you can stay also. But I'm like, this tax code, to me, the tax code needs to be revamped. And I do feel like it needs to also reflect inflation. Because it's not fair that the economy is so bad, everything is so expensive, but the rates are staying like this. And I'm like, but for what? You know, if y'all don't manage the economy right, people deserve a discount. Just like when you go to a restaurant, if you have bad service, yeah, you get a discount. Because the government needs to give people discounts. So, okay, we messed up the economy. We have this much inflation. So there you go. Your tax rate is also going to be adjusted to show the inflation that we have in the economy. Because I'm like, it's crazy. It's really crazy. But I'm like, 100,000 in 2 different cities, it don't hit the same. Yeah, I mean, they have more money. They have more money. But you can't stop that too, though, right? Because I'm like, yeah, for as much as the cost of living is going up, but I'm sure also a lot of these Californians, given that they have a lot of money, given that many of them are coming from tech, guess what? It's also going to help with the school districts. It's going to help with the school district. It's going to help with raising more taxes. It's going to help with hiring more professors. So you'll never have a perfect picture. But what you have to do is you have to weigh the pros versus the cons. So, okay, do I get more pros than cons, right? But I'm like, a lot of people, a lot of school districts in Texas, I don't think they were that amazing. But the fact that now you have these California people who are really, really into tech, they're going to fight for their kids to have more tech in schools. They're going to fight for their kids to have more math programs. They're going to fight to have better teachers. They're going to fight to have like way more because they're going to want to have that California lifestyle, right? And so if the people also feel like overwhelmed, they can also move. Yeah. And that's what happens. Things have to evolve. It's life. Yes. Things have to evolve, Nicole. Like, it's life. Nothing stays the same. No, things have to evolve. Things do. Just like one day you'll see a lot of New Yorkers will leave New York and start living in Baltimore. That's just life. People have to learn to move, or you have to compete. But nothing's going to stay static, right? But for a good time, before these Californians moved to Austin and Houston, right, they got to enjoy that place at a really good price, right? So people also have to learn to be like, you know what? It was good while it lasted, right? But I promise you, like in 10 years from now, the school districts in Dallas and in Austin that have to cater to these rich people's kids, they're going to step all the way up. They're going to step all the way up. Everything gonna step all the way up because when rich people come in, things get better. Don't get worse. They get better. You know what I'm saying? And that's that. You know what I'm saying? Nothing stays the same. That's why we'll have a woman president and VP heiress. I mean, maybe. Right? But me over here and the rest of us, we're gonna do everything we can to keep her out the White House in the name of Jesus, right? Hey, Vixen, what's up? But nothing stays the same, though. But it gets better for those who can actually compete, Nikki. Nicole, you always talk about that kind of stuff, right? But life is a competition. People have to evolve. Like, things evolve, Nicole. You can't keep things the same. You can't keep things the same because you can't tell somebody else not to move to a different state. You can't tell someone, oh, because you have money, stay over there. No. So when things are good, people have to plan. When things are good, people have to plan for when things don't become good for them anymore. You got to plan. But you can't, like, America is like this. All this is America. We can't tell somebody from California, oh, don't come living in Texas. Don't come living in VA. They have the right to. They're U.S. citizens. So it's like when things are good, you have to plan for the day that things are bad. So if you had a mortgage 30 years ago, it should have been paid off by now. So when these people come in and raise the prices, you could have gained a lot of equity in your house. You know what I'm saying? Like, people have to learn to compete. Because if you don't compete, you die. But it's like, I don't think it's a bad thing. For me personally, but they'll probably even have better schools now. Because you cannot deny that a lot of these Californian people, especially those coming to Austin, right, they work for Tesla. Hey, Lonnie. Oh, thank you, babe. They work for Tesla. It's not regular bumming people coming. No, these are like tech people. that are coming there. These are really smart people with big ideas that are coming there. So yeah, some people will be inconvenienced. So goes life. It's capitalism. That's just how it goes, right? But I'm like, a lot of people, they should have had their mortgage paid off by now. So when these Californians come in, raising all these prices, there goes your equity. But money people, rich people coming into your neighborhood, it's a good sign. Unless you didn't prepare though. But I'm like, you should have known. Nothing lasts forever. Oil in Texas cannot be the only economy in Dallas, Texas, in Texas, just like in Dubai. If these people had waited for just oil, they would have been broke by now. They took their oil money and they used that money to build up tourism. And that's why Dubai is not so reliant on oil anymore. The majority of their GDP is from tourism. Right? But you can't just count on oil all the time. You want to have something else. And people have to understand that. Because money comes first. Money comes first. So when you have, if you have a mortgage, you better pay off your mortgage. Because 10 years from now, 20 years from now, don't expect that it's going to stay the same. Everything evolves. No, I think it's going to change the problem. I really do think it's going to change the problem. I think it's going to change the problem, right? Because I'm like, it's not fair to charge people. Yeah, it's not fair to charge people who are in California. Oh, because if somebody makes $100,000 in California, oh yeah, you got to go pay the same tax rate as people in Wyoming. No, even if you don't do what I say, people are still going to move if they want to move. So it's not like they're not just going to move just for the tax rate, because people are going to move regardless. If people really want to move, they're going to move. Now, if they find out they could pay different taxes in a different state, that might be another motivator. But I'm like, people do move through in America. People move a lot. You have many exoduses in America, right? Before California got to be this big, right? People used to be in the South until they were promised the 40 acres and a mule and the gold rush. So they started moving out west. So we can have a migration going back. That's human nature. That's how it goes. People migrate. People migrate. People have always migrated. The West used to be empty. All that used to be Mexico. Nobody used to care. But they started promising people 40 acres and a mule out west. They started promising people the gold rush out west. So people started moving in droves out west. And they made something happen. Now look how big it is. So maybe now we should also stimulate people moving to the Midwest. Because the Midwest also needs it needs financial help. It needs a financial revival. The Midwest also needs a financial boom. So we need people to move out to the Midwest and change the culture and bring businesses and bring innovation and improve the school system, right? Just like me, if I was a senator or if I was president, well, I'm not going to be president, but if I was senator also, I would advocate for a budget where we spent money building these like super fast trains like they have in China, like they have in Japan, like they have in France, right? Because I do believe that we should have a fast train. But a lot of people can't afford their taxes when value goes up that fast. That's why people should pay off their mortgage, Nicole. That's why they should pay off their mortgage. Because if you pay off your mortgage, if you stay on your mortgage, especially if you pay early, you pay your mortgage off, even if it goes up, I guess you could take equity and pay off your mortgage. Because you won't have mortgage anymore. Because if you pay off your mortgage and the property taxes go up, well, now you don't have a mortgage, right? So you should still have money to do that. And I feel like a lot of people, I think in America too, like we have to start training people to understand like how to take care of stuff, like take care of their estate, take care of their mortgages, know how to save. Like I think a lot of people don't understand money. And that's something that we have to fix, like seriously. But it's like you can't stop the progress of money. Yes, but if your mortgage is paid off, Nicole, what is the problem? If you paid off your mortgage, now you don't have to pay a mortgage. I can see if you have to pay a mortgage and like high property taxes, but if your mortgage is completely paid off, all you have are your property taxes. You don't pay property taxes every month. You have your yearly property taxes, and sometimes you can pay them quarterly. No, I'm not missing the point. No, you want things to stay the same because some people can't keep up. Oh, well. It's like saying some people should not be rich because when you have rich people, it increases the cost of living. Well, yes. And that's the thing. You don't have to live there. You can move. Like, I don't understand what's the problem here. You don't have to live there. You can move. Because it's like, what's the next thing? Other people, like, it's like saying, okay, some people should not be rich because when people are rich, they increase the cost of living. Yes. Yes. Every time we have a new billionaire, another billionaire, low-key, high-key, it's inflation. To have all these billionaires out here nowadays, we have way too many billionaires, which lets you know that we have inflation. But are we going to stop people from being billionaires? No. That is life, Nicole. It is very competitive. Well, yeah, but I'm like, yeah, no. I'm like, for me, no. Because I'm like, if you guys tell what do you guys think, right? What do you guys think? If somebody... I mean, yeah, they would own nothing. And that's why when people have something, they need to understand that they have to prioritize paying it off so you can keep your asset. Right? We have to start teaching people that. You have to fight to keep your asset. I don't believe just because you make more, I should pay a high. No, I never said you should pay a higher tax. So you didn't listen to me. Right? Right now on the books, if you make $100,000, right, there is a set tax rate. I'm not saying it make it higher. Right? I'm going to say it again. Right now on the books, like in the tax code, you like, let's say if you make I think it's like if you make 100,000, maybe like you pay like 20% of your taxes, right? That's on the book. If you make 20,000, if you make $100,000, sorry, right? Let's assume that your tax rate is 20% of your income, your gross income. If you make 100,000, what I'm saying is 20,000 can be the cap. Like in good times, the maximum you'll pay is 20%. That's the ceiling, right? However, I am saying the tax code should also account for inflation. So if there is inflation, the rate of inflation should be reflected in how much you pay. So maybe instead of paying 20% during inflation, you will pay 17% because there's inflation. So we understand that 100,000 today is not what it used to be yesterday because we currently have inflation in the country. Right? Because the tax code, I don't think it, like I said, it hasn't changed in like 36 years or plus, right? Okay, that's number one. Hold on. That's number one. Number two, I also said that on top of that, it should also account for where you live. Because you're not going to sit here and deny the fact that, Nicole, 100,000 in California is not the same as 100,000 in Wyoming. It's not the same. I don't know why you refuse to admit that they don't have the same cost of living. If two people don't have the same cost of living, just because they make, like on paper, they have the same gross pay, do they really have the same gross pay? They don't really. It's not the same. I don't understand why. I don't understand what's so hard. 100,000 in Los Angeles versus making 100,000 what's like in somewhere in Idaho somewhere, right? It's not the same. Like that's a fact. It is not the same. It's not the same. Exactly. It's not the same. So why should they pay the same amount of money? If you say if you recognize that it's not the same, because they don't face the same cost of living. So if it's not the same, if they don't face the same cost of living, why are they told, well, we're going to treat you equally because y'all make the same amount of money on paper? No. On paper we do, but cost of living wise, we don't. So when your tax, so the person in LA who has 100,000, that has to pay the same tax rate as a person in Idaho who also makes 100,000. You're being punitive to the person in California because their cost of living is way higher. Right? And the one that's in Colorado, well, I guess you can stay there because you live in a place that has a lower cost of living. I don't want you, I'm not going to make it go up. Maybe that's where you're being concerned. I'm not going to charge the person who's living in Wyoming more because the max they were going to pay anyways was 20%. You're not going to pay any more than that. Right? And it's also going to be adjusted for inflation. But based on where you live, I feel like they have to come up with a way that on the federal level, they can find a way to adjust all these incomes for inflation and at the federal level. There needs to be a grid for that. Like there has to be a way that you can make all this stuff match to know, okay, $100,000 in California matches what in other places? What would 100,000 be the equivalent of in Maryland? Right? And then put those people in the same tax bracket. What would 100,000 be equivalent of in Idaho? What would it be equivalent of in Texas? Right? And then those people, because it on the federal level, adjusted for inflation, their income actually matches adjusted for inflation. They have one tax bracket. Right? The person in Idaho who makes 100,000 What is that equivalent to with other places? Make them put them people in one tax bracket. Because I'm like, in California, I'm like, people who live in California, like their cost of living is extremely high. It's extremely high. Like California is like super inflated. I'm like, that is insane. Like you have people in Cali who pay like $4,000, $5,000 for housing. It's like, what is going on? This is pure madness. But I'm not a senator yet, so I still have time to work on my plan. And I do feel like they should also invest in like high speed trains. I think we need a fast train from New York City to Baltimore. Like you should be able to go from DC to Baltimore, from New York to Baltimore in like 45 minutes. So a lot of people can also leave New York because it's too many people living in NYC. And you have all these houses in Baltimore that need people to buy them, that need people to lease them, right? We need better school district, but you need money. You need money. So I'm like, build the train. Yeah, build the train. Build that super fast train. When you get in there, it doesn't stop. You get on that train, the super fast train, it goes from New York to Baltimore in like 45 minutes. So a lot of people that way can live in Baltimore and then commute and go work in New York and then come back home. And that's also going to take pressure off of New York City and a lot of places in New York. And I think that's also going to bring down the price of housing because it's too expensive. And at this rate, New York is like, they're going to have the bubonic plague up there because it's just so dirty. Yeah, it's just so dirty. So I'm like, things like that, they should actually work on things like that. But the tax code, I think they have to work on that. They really do. But I'm like, I don't see lawyers. I really don't see lawyers doing it. I don't see lawyers doing it because lawyers, all they do is make things worse. And also, lawyers are not money people. A lot of lawyers have bad credit. A lot of lawyers have bad debt. Okay. I'm like, we need to elect people into office that truly understand money, that understand assets versus liabilities, that are actually going to work on this national debt, right? We got to get this financial house in order because like it's a hot mess. It really is a hot mess. It's a hot mess. Our tax code is a mess.
Do y'all want to hug and sing kumbaya to one another, or do you want to win the damn election? Because you want to look at me, Rashawn, when I'm talking to you. If you want to win the election, listen to me, America. Listen to me. All of that rhetoric y'all talking don't mean a damn thing, including the text that I just read to you on the air. Sit up, Sherry, when I'm talking to you, please. I got stuff on my mind.
Is he okay?
Honor free, I can't read that. You're right like a kindergarten person. Come on, man, I can't see that. Here's the deal. Listen to me, y'all. Listen good. We're trying to win an election. And I don't say we like I'm some liberal because I'm a registered independent. I say we, people who don't want Trump to win.
But my thing is, this, Oprah did this too. Like, he's very loud. He is so loud. That's how you know he's dishonest. Oprah did the same thing. Oprah was like, oh, I'm a registered independent. But I'm like, if you say that you're independent, but every election you're voting Democrat, you're simply an unregistered Democrat. You're not really independent, right? Yeah, they always do that. I'm like, yeah, I'm independent. It's like giving like sophistication. Like, oh, I'm independent. Like, I'm like, I'm on that higher level. Like intellectually, I'm on the higher level. It's like, no, you are simply an unregistered Democrat because every election you vote Democrat. So you're not independent. Okay, your whole life, the Democratic Party has been the only party that's appealed to you. Yeah, right. You are a Democrat. Just go ahead and say that. Just go ahead and say that. He's a very unhinged, right? Like Oprah did the same thing. And I'm like, but you are sitting here at a Democratic Party, at a Democratic convention, telling people to go vote for a person that has no policies on her website. What? You are definitely a Democrat. Because what independent says, oh yeah, I'm going to vote for her, but I have no idea what she stands for. Like what? You make no sense. You really make no sense. Like, stop.
You bring up all of those presidents and all of their sit downs with vice presidents. Did any of them avoid a primary? Was any of them vice president when the president, the incumbent, literally had the path paved for him and everybody was moved out of the way so he couldn't be exposed for being cognitively declining?
So you admit they cheated.
Did that happen with Barack Obama and Joe Biden? Did that happen with Trump and Pence? Did that happen with Hillary and Tim Kaine?
So you recognize that it was special treatment for Joe Biden, that they were hiding him. Okay. All right. That's the thing I can't stand with Stephen A. Smith. Like, Stephen, I really think in his heart of heart, he's a Trump supporter. He really is. And like the day I realized this is when he was on the Patrick Bet-David show. I was like, yeah, he's a Trump supporter, right? But for the sake of business, to not lose his black card, to have access to the black community, right? He's gonna be like, oh no, I'm independent. Oh no, I really want her to win. How do you want somebody to win? Don't even know what they stand for, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you have no idea what this woman stands for. You don't even know what her policies are. But somehow you're gonna vote for her no matter what. Yeah, you're definitely a Democrat, but you're unhinged behind. Okay, right? So I'm like, he just lacks the courage. You know, a lot of people, you got, and plus he's worth $13 million. Like, he's a freaking millionaire. He's not going to vote for more taxes. Okay, he's not going to vote for more taxes. But my thing is, if you believe that a millionaire is going to go vote Democrat, yeah, you're crazy. You are seriously crazy. Exactly. That's exactly what he's going to do. The majority of them, they vote Republican. Nobody is going to go in there and vote against their wallet. Nobody's going to go in there and vote against their estate. Nobody is going to go in there. Thank you, Whit. Thank you, Whitney. Oh, Whitney, you're so pretty. Oh, okay, girl. All right. Thank you, Whit. You see, like, you know, he's a Trump supporter. Why are we doing this? Come on and say you support Trump and be done with it. And the people who don't want to mess with you no more, then so be it. So be it. Why are people so afraid to be alone like that? I just don't get it. Like, why are you so afraid to stand up for what you really believe? Even if you're wrong, at least, like, you know what? It's part of life. Hey, sometimes you got to try something new. It's life. I made a mistake. Womp. It's not like you're actually committing murder, right? Voting for Trump is not committing murder. I'm just saying, like, you have the right to try something different. It doesn't make you a bad person. But the mere fact that when you're black, you're not allowed to say that you're voting for Trump, yeah, it's giving a cult. And I'm like, this is weird now. This is seriously weird. Like, nobody else does this. Like, nobody else says, oh, because of my color, because of my ethnicity, I'm obliged. I am forced to vote like this. You don't see that anywhere else but here. I'm like, this is really bizarre. This is seriously bizarre. This man is a Trump supporter. He is a covert Trump supporter. Why are you so deceitful like this? I'm like, it's just so weird to me. Because if you really support Kamala Harris, there's no point for you to make this video, because no matter what she does, you're going to vote for her. So why are we doing this video? Because you want people to say, well, oh, look at Stephen. He keeping it real. Look at Stephen. He's trying to be partial, like impartial. He's trying to, no, you ain't trying to do nothing but deceive people, make a mockery of yourself. It is quite shameful. Because anybody with some sense knows that you are a Trump supporter, Stephen. You are a Trump supporter. And you've been a Trump supporter for a hot minute. Because that don't make no sense. Exactly. A man who's worth $13 million. Yeah, right. He wants people to tax him and go use that to give people all kinds of tax credit. Yeah, right. Go somewhere. Yeah. I'm like, you're up to foolishness. Because if you're really independent, right? Because no, Trump be outside. Trump is really outside. Trump is outside. If you invite Trump to your platform, he's going to show up. I even feel like if I knew him and I invited him to my platform, he probably would show up too. Trump is not afraid to be outside. He's not afraid to talk to people, all types of people, unlike Kamala Harris, right? So I'm like, Stephen A., if you are really independent, given that you are kind of known, Stephen A. is kind of popular. Like, he's known. His name is known out there, right? Why don't you reach out to his team and have him come on your podcast? Oh, yes, because Black people can't stand it when you sit next to someone that they don't like, when you sit with someone that's across the aisle and try to have a conversation, right? Exactly. That's why you big scared, right? They're going to cancel me. Y'all need to learn to be like Kanye. Because Kanye don't let Black people tell him what to do. Kanye is not going to let you tell him who he's going to sit with, who he's going to marry, where he's going to go, who he's going to vote for. That's one thing I like about that crazy Gemini out there, right? He's going to do what he wants to do. How many times have these people said they're going to cancel Kanye? Okay? No one can cancel Kanye. At this point, I think most people gave up. You can't cancel him. Because what he has, even though he can be a little weird at times, I don't like the whole like sex work. I don't like that part. But the thing about Kanye, though, what he has over his life, he really has favor. And you can't cancel someone that God has blessed. He's really, really blessed. Kanye is very, very gifted. He just uses his gift for foolishness, right? But it's like, you really can't cancel Kanye. Exactly. Right? But I'm like, you cannot cancel Kanye. But I'm like, as a real journalist, if you want to be a real journalist, if you want to be a real podcaster, right? If you want to do things right, like if you want to build your platform to be like Joe Rogan, right? You got to step out all this tribal business. Like, you got to stop being so tribal. You have to stop being afraid of black people be mad at you. There's another public out there besides black people. And trust me, once your stuff is popping, if you have big numbers and big views, all these black people who turn their back on you, they're going to come right back. Because one thing black people can't do, they can't take being left out of something happening. Okay? So if your channel grows, sorry you guys, if your channel grows and you start having more views and things like that, they're going to come back. Okay? They're going to come back. Because a lot of black voters are truly misinformed. And also they don't care to go out their way to not be misinformed. They like to be misinformed because that's how they come together. That's how they jive and stuff like that. Like, okay, sure, whatever. Right? Yeah. They try to cancel Kanye so many times. I'm like, you cannot cancel Kanye. Move on to something else. Even like, what's that girl's name? Candace Owens, right? So many black people used to not like Candace. So many black people used to cuss out Candace. They cussed that girl out so much. But today, a lot more black people are, oh my gosh, I love Candace. I understand her better. Womp, 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 right? But Candace, she had her conviction and she stuck by her conviction. And today, a lot of people like her now because she's so different. She's not saying yes, yes, yes to everything. But it was a price to pay. Right? It's like Wendy Williams too. Like back in the day, even myself included, a lot of people didn't like Wendy. They used to cuss out Wendy. Oh, shut up, Wendy. Go sit down somewhere, Wendy. Blah, blah, blah. I was the same one too, though, right? But eventually I learned to love Wendy. Like, girl, you're so damn crazy. But now that Wendy is not on TV, we all miss her. We all miss her because Wendy was something new. Like, she was fresh. Like, she didn't take these celebrities seriously, right? She roasted all these celebrities. She didn't try to be friends with these celebrities because she had a job to do. And today, like, we really miss Wendy. Like, she's like pop culture icon level type of stuff, right? We miss Wendy. Like, oh my gosh, where is Wendy? Like the whole Cassie Diddy situation. Like, man, if Wendy was here, I want to see the pink couch, the purple chair. I'm like, oh my gosh, we were missing Wendy. We still miss Wendy Williams so much. But for a long time, though, we couldn't stand her behind. Whitney Houston tried to beat her up. Diddy tried to beat her up. Lil' Kim tried to beat her up. So many people wanted to beat her up. But eventually, we grew to love Wendy. We grew to love her. And now we truly do miss her. And that's what makes you great. It's not the fact that you say yes, yes, yes to everything, that you're so that you're so predictable with everything, right? No, people like it when you're being yourself. They might cuss your ass out, but low-key, high-key, though, they kind of like it. People love a challenge. People love people who force them to think differently. Like in the moment, they might be like, I don't like it. But you know what? At least they know that when they want to hear something different, they can always count on you. And for that, even if they never say thank you, deep down inside, they're always going to be appreciative that you were the one that dared to be different. You have to dare to be different. You can't be like everybody else. Right? And for a season, it's going to cost you something, like everything else. But the truth costs something. Integrity, it costs something. And like people are so afraid to pay the price. No, I want to still be close to black people, but then I want to speak the truth. You can't have it both ways. Black people want a narrative. You want to tell the truth. So you're going to have to pick a side. Oh, thank you, Mark. You can't. You don't think like even me, you don't think, oh, I want to have a bunch of black people follow me. I would love to, but at the expense of what? I got a lot. I can't do that part. Like that part I cannot do. Because if I see something harmful that's coming, I'm going to be like, oh, y'all, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No, I do worry about it. Somebody who's claimed to be so good for y'all, she's so good for black people, and she has yet to put her policies. So when there are people voting soon, I think voting starts really soon, right? It starts this month. Like, they're going to start voting a little bit. And like, you want people to go vote for you without knowing what they're voting for? Yeah, it's giving a scam. It's giving a fraud. Imagine somebody asking you for your credit card number over the phone, or somebody asking you for your credit card number in the DMs, or somebody asking you for your credit card number via text message. A person you don't even know. Like, oh, yeah, girl, what's your credit card number? You going to give me your credit card number? I hope you don't. I don't know you. I don't even know what you're standing for. And that's what you're doing with your vote. It's like your credit card. You're about to go put your credit card number into a machine. You have no idea whose website it is. You have no idea if it's secure. You don't even know what it is. You're crazy. Like, you're really crazy. Exactly. Thank you, Mark. You know what I'm saying? But at some point, you got to have the temerity. Like, you got to be brave enough to be like, no. And I know a lot of y'all going to be mad. A lot of y'all going to be upset. But eventually, one day, it's going to hit you in the head. Like, you know what? Maybe she was right. Just like Nikki right here. Like, years ago, when we had the whole Breonna Taylor situation, like, I was really upset about the whole Breonna Taylor situation. I was like, nah, this is racism. Right? And then Nikki said to me, Marlene, she's like, Marlene, you're being emotional. I was like, what? Where's she at? Where's Nikki at? I was like, Nicole, what do you mean? She's like, Marlene, once you read what this is about, come back and talk to me. Because right now you're being emotional. I was like, what you mean? I'm not being emotional. Right? And then I took my behind and I actually went and read. And I was like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. No, so then I was looking for her, Nicole, because I was so upset. I remember I was just so livid. Like, how dare you say that? Like, the stuff, Nicole is insane, you guys. She is crazy. Y'all think I'm crazy? You better pray that this lady right here never starts a YouTube channel. The stuff that comes out of her mouth, you won't believe. I'm sometimes like, Nicole, you need to stop. Like, why are you like this? Like, I'm a mild version of her. She is insane. She had a family event recently, like a few months ago, right? And she told people how she thinks, and her entire family was shocked. And I was like, they don't know this about you? She was like, I guess they don't. I was like, oh my gosh. Nicole is crazy. This lady here, she is crazy. If she ever had a YouTube channel, oh my gosh, they'd be like, nah, where is Marlene? I'll take Marlene over Nicole. Nicole's insane. I'm like, Nicole, you can't say stuff like this. You need to chill. Like, this is too much. She don't care. She's like, nope. So she was like, Marlene, she said, well, you read more about it, come back and talk to me. Because right now, you're being emotional. And when she said I was being emotional, I got even more triggered. What do you mean I'm being emotional? Right? I'm like, but I knew she loved me, though. So I took my behind. You guys, when I read this stuff about this Breonna Taylor, I said, whoa, Jesus, you know what? You know what? I was like, Nicole, where's Nicole? I was like, Nicole, this is crazy. Like it was little things like that. You guys, I'm telling you, like the awakening that I had, because it's like a spell. Like, it's like a spell. The Democratic Party, the mainstream media, they put a spell over you. Like, they cast a spell over you. Like, you don't see it until you start to actually see it. But it was like little stuff like that, right? This is how slowly I was like, I can't really trust these people. What is going on? I was like, my goodness, you guys. That Breonna Taylor case, go read it for yourself. Read everything about it. I'm talking like they even have the prison transcripts. Read them too. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And you realize that with the media, nothing is as it seems. Go do your own research. Go do your own research. Okay, hey Joe, go do your own research. And you'll be like, oh my God. All the stuff they don't tell you about. Because the media serves you nothing but propaganda. You understand? So I'm like, if it had been the police, you guys, it would have been a gang. If it hadn't been a gang, it would have been somebody else. Because she was living a dangerous life. She really was. She was living a serious, dangerous life. I really feel bad for her boyfriend, the new one, because I don't think he knew what she was into. You know what I'm saying? But her boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend, DeMarcus Glover, DeMarcus, is that his name? DeMarcus. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. And I'm like, why did they say all of this? They omit so much. They keep so many details to themselves because they want you to think everything is racism. They need you to see everything as racism. Just like with the lady who passed. Oh my gosh. What's her name? The lady who was shot in the eye by the police officer. What is her name? The black woman who was shot in the eye by the police officer. Right? If you look at the camera footage, right? It was out. They had that since because it happened like July 6th. July 6th. They sat on that footage for 2 weeks. They waited for Kamala Harris to announce her president, like to announce that Shirley Macy, Miss Macy, right? They had the footage for weeks because it came out on July 29th. I'm like, but so y'all just sat on this? Yes. They sat on that tape so that they could they could talk about Kamala Harris being chosen by Biden, right? And like wrap it all together. So, oh, look, they're coming after black women. We got to support this black woman. I'm like, why y'all like this? How can you use somebody's death for your own political pursuit? Like, this is just weird. This is just diabolical. So like, this is why these people, I have a long history with them, with these mainstream people. And it's like, you gotta be very careful. Nothing is as it seems. Like, we're really living in a matrix. It is not a joke.
Did that happen with Clinton and Gore?
Sure.
Did that happen with HW? I mean, think about it for a second here. And Mr. Dan Quayle himself, I had brain lock for a second. Pay attention. None of these people avoided a primary. None of these people were people that you didn't see debating candidates for their own party, where the people selected them.
So you are pretty much admitting that the Democratic Party does not follow a democratic process, but you're still going to vote for them. This is what the people call Trump derangement syndrome. Like, seriously. So he's out here. He's really recognizing that they should have had a primary. They should have had a proper debate. She should have earned votes. Even Joe Biden should have. So he's recognizing all of this, right? But he's like, no, I'm still going to vote for him. And then he's calling himself an independent. I'm like, Stephen A., you are insane. You are truly deranged. This is what they call Trump derangement syndrome. So you see that, you see the fraud. You see the fraud. You see all this fraud. And yet Trump is the problem. Like, he's just too funny. Yeah. Yeah. Like he's like this. I'm like, this level of intellectual fraud is truly something to be studied. This is bizarre. What is this?
That did not happen with Kamala Harris.
Oh,
That did not happen before June 27th when Joe Biden showed up in a debate. And as Anthony Scaramucci showing up on News Nation, being interviewed by Chris Cuomo pointed out, and I quote, during the debate, President Joe Biden looked like a dude standing in a nursing home waiting for a nurse to feed him applesauce.
And why does that even matter? Because you were still going to vote for him, right? Even like in the words of Whoopi Goldberg, Whoopi said that even if Joe Biden pooped his pants, she was still going to vote for him. Oh, thank you, Joe. Like, Whoopi said that. She said if Joe Biden poops on himself, I said if he poops on himself, you're still going to vote for him? You're actually evil. Because for me, I'm like, if I see Joe Biden pooping on himself, yeah, that's called elder abuse. You don't vote for him. You get him help. Okay? You actually get him some help. Like, what in the name of Jesus? If you see an elderly person poop on themselves, all you think about is voting for him so you can have what you want? What about him as a person? What about him as an elder? Do you not care about him? No. If I see an elderly person poop on themselves, I am calling for help. This is not okay. This is really, yeah, she said, oh my gosh, Kevin. Oh my goodness. See if I can find it for you. Like, I'm like, she's just, I'm like, what kind of nastiness is this? Let me see who has the footage. Okay, right here. Hold on.
Pooped his pants. I don't care if he can't put a sentence together. Show me he can't do the job, and then I'll say, okay, maybe it's time to go. Now,
if he poops his pants, look how with this dreadlock centaur, okay, like she's a dreadlock centaur. My thing is, if he poops his pants, you still think he can do the job? Then we have to go find additional proof to tell you, to show to you that he can do the job. So if you see Joe Biden poop on himself at his big age, you're like, oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly normal. Do you poop on yourself, Whoopi? Like, what is going on? I'm like, do you poop on yourself? Is it normal to see an old person, a grown person poop on themselves? She's like, oh, if he poops on himself, I'm still voting for him. but show me that he can't do the job, then I'm not going to vote for him. The mere fact that you are seeing him poop on himself is letting you know that it's time to go night-night. Like, she's very serious. The day she said this, I'm like, you, like, what? She's like, yep, if he poops on himself.
His own pants. Let's take a listen.
I don't care if he's pooped his pants. I don't care if he can't put a sentence together. Show me he can't do the job, and then I'll say, okay, maybe it's time to go. Now, he had a bad night the first time that he went out and debated with Kamala Harris. And everybody wanted him to quit then and say, you can't talk to women like this, or you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong. He came back, said, you know what, I got it, and gave 4 years. So yeah, I have poopy days all the time.
Wow.
I step in so much poo you can't even imagine. Now, I'm not running the world.
Wow.
But I don't know anybody who doesn't step in stuff at some point. So I'm just simply saying, yeah, there are 2 debates. And if he can't do what he needs to do for the second debate, I'll join any crew that says get rid of him. But loyalty to me,
she is insane.
If you are doing the job, I might not like everything you're doing.
But then why doesn't that apply to Trump though? Because what is it that Trump didn't do? Right? If you say, oh, I might not like everything you're doing, but if you can do the job. So Trump was president for 4 years. What's the problem? Trump gave tax breaks that also benefited you. It said Maverick doesn't approve this message. Like, seriously, this is just disgusting. Okay? Like, I'm serious. Like, this is just bizarre. I'm like, if he poops on himself, she's like, yeah, if he poops on himself and he can't put a sentence together, and then you got to show her that he still can't do the job. I'm like, so pooping on himself is not a disqualifier? This woman is insane. Like, she really is insane. Right? And this is who they have talking to people. This is who they have talking to Black people. I'm like, this is madness. Like, these people are, I feel so bad for them. Like, it has to be hard to wake up every day and to hate a person this much. Like, I'm like, this actually requires a certain level of commitment. Like, you really have to commit to hating a person this much. Like, this is excessive. I'm like, it's never that deep. You know, but this is how they come together, because it brings rage. And rage is the only time when they know how to be a community. Rage and hate and hate and hate. It's never anything positive. Because how can anybody say if a person poops on themselves, I'm still going to vote for you to run the country, like to run the entire nation? 300 million plus people? $6.5 trillion budget every year? You going to trust that to a person that poops on themselves? Are you insane? But she really is insane.
That is a quote. That is a quote. And if Joe Biden looked that way in June 27th, what was he a month earlier? Or a month before that? Or a month before that? Where
did you say anything then? No, you did not. You're fake.
And those debates could have taken place. It was nowhere. We didn't see it because the Democrats greased the skids. So he didn't have to face competition. These are facts. These are facts.
So these are facts that they've rigged the primary in his favor. But you're still going to vote for him. You are still going to vote for him. You can't make this stuff up. This is how you know these people are getting paid for this. Because he's smart. He's actually intelligent. He knows. He ain't stupid. Yeah, you don't become rich like this by being stupid. Okay, you don't finesse your way with Disney for over a decade, right? Working for Disney because the ESPN is Disney, right? And you're not smart. You don't know how to negotiate contracts and stuff like that. He's very smart. He wants to act stupid. Exactly. He wants to act stupid. He really wants to act stupid. Like, what is wrong with this man?
So if that is the backdrop, and you have somebody like Trump, who's very, very short on substance when he's articulating his message, and defers to insults and one-liners and doing all of these kind of things, I believe you're playing right into his hands.
So he said, so Trump is insulting people. I'm like, when was the last time Trump insulted somebody? Who did he insult? And when Trump is insulting people, it's like out of nowhere. Like, he just wakes up and insults people out of nowhere. He just spazzes out. They do nothing to him. I'm like, I don't know what this is. I don't know if you guys noticed this. Like, this age that we're in nowadays, people want you to allow yourself to be bullied. Have you noticed that? People want you to just sit there and let people talk to you all kinds of ways. Like, black people just mistreat you and you're not supposed to say anything because people can do whatever they say. People can say and do whatever they want to do to you. But once you say something, you're the problem, right? Oh, look, he's being mean. Look, he's attacking people. No, you started it. If you say something to me, I'm going to say something back. What the heck this is, right? And I'm like, who are these people nowadays? I'm like, for us, like us, the way we grew up, like, yeah, you have to defend yourself, right? You're not about to sit here and let somebody talk to you all kinds of crazy. So if you start something, he going to finish it. Okay, but I'm like, so Trump just woke up out of nowhere and just started calling people names? No, please. Context matters, okay? Tell people what happened. Why did he call you a name? Why did he call you a name? Why did he call you a name? And when he called you a name, did he lie? Okay, if the shoe fits, you better wear it. Okay, exactly. I'm like, Trump is not Obama. Like, Trump speaks like himself. I call it Trumpism. Okay. Like, I'm like, what are we talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Like, you did something. Exactly. Like, oh, they want to bully him because they can't stand how resilient he is. Trump is like a resilient cockroach. No matter how much you try, he does not die. He doesn't die. And that drives them crazy because they want him to die. They want him to be gone. But it's like the man does not die. He keeps showing up. He keeps showing up. And he keeps showing up. And they don't know what to do to get this man to give up because he's so resilient and it triggers them. Can you imagine you wage war on a person? You do everything you can and the person is still not dead. You're like, oh my gosh, what is it going to take to kill you? You know what I mean? Because they've tried everything. And the man still gets up. He still shows up. He still works. Like, you would never think he had so many court cases. Because when you see him, it doesn't affect him. He still shows up. And Kamala, she has no court cases. The mainstream media is on her side. She's extremely protected. She has all this immunity. Nobody holds her accountable. And yet she's the one that's hiding. Right? I'm like, you would think Trump, with everything he has to go through, he will be the one that's hiding. Right? And this is exactly how, how in the Bible, Joseph said to his brothers like Reuben and them, Joseph said, what the devil meant for harm, God turned it around for my good. That's exactly how I feel about Trump and all the persecution he's had to go through in the hands of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and their DOJ, right? And all the things they've done to harm this man, it has only helped him to be more famous. It has only helped them to have a bigger audience, a bigger reach, a more dedicated fan base, right? Because nobody really likes Kamala Harris, right? They're spending all this money. That's why she has to raise way more money than him because she needs way more ads because nobody really knows who she is. A lot of people didn't even know that she was vice president. If you go all around social media from X, Twitter, right, to Instagram, to TikTok, Trump always has way more followers than her. Trump always has more views than her. Trump always gets more retweets than her because Trump is organic. Kamala, when it comes to her, everything is paid for. So that's why they have to raise so much money. But we should also know money ain't free, right? Money is not free. All the people who want to vote for that lady, who support that lady, you need to ask yourself, right? That $300 million, does $500 million, right? Where did she get that money from? And what does she have to do in return? Because she's going to have to pay that money back. It's not free money. These donors are smart people. You think rich people throw their money away? If a rich person gives you $50 million, if a rich person gives you $100 million, y'all need to ask yourself how much they want. Because these donors, they're like loan shark. Where the bank would probably charge you like 10% for the loan. Loan shark would charge you like 35%. Right? So if she's given $100 million, how much she have to give back to them people? It's not free. It is not free. I'm like, they're like, oh, look at how much money she raised. Look at how much money she raised. I'm like, yeah, she's getting herself into debt. She's going to owe more people. This is not a flex because she doesn't have the fan base. She doesn't have the reach. She does not have the appeal. Exactly. But when it comes to Trump, though, he doesn't need that. Because I think on Instagram, he has like 80 million followers. Let me see. Oh, no, he has 26.4. Okay. So you see, this is Trump, right? He has 26.4 million followers, right? Now look at Kamala Harris. Child, look. You see? 18 million. So he has like 8 million more followers than her. You go on X. Where's X, right? You go on X, right? Where is she? If I do Kamala Harris on X, right? Look at this. She has like what, 20, almost like 21 million followers. Okay. Look at Trump. All right. Trump has 90 million followers. I'm like, this is real stuff, baby. This ain't fake. This is real support. He has real supporters. These are not bots. Like, he beats her on everything. But, oh, Trump is scared of her. Scared of what? There is nothing to be scared of. She needs to be scared. Because she went and borrowed all this money and she's going to fail. And when she fails at becoming president, how is she going to pay them people their money back? This is nothing more than debt. It's giving like Sexy Red. It's giving Ice Spice, right? On social media, they have all these views, all these followers until it's time to go to a concert, right? And then nobody wants to come. Sexy Red out here canceling all her tour dates. Ice Spice canceling all her tour dates. What's the girl, Tyler? Make Me Sweat. She also canceled her tour, right? Meg Thee Stallion has to pay people to sit to come and sit in her seats. Like, nobody's going to these shows. Exactly. Oprah donated 150 million. So what does she want in return? You think Oprah Winfrey out here giving money for free? Right? She wouldn't even pay Monique what she was worth for Precious. Okay? Do we need to talk about that? I'll make a video about that, right? But I'm like, Oprah wouldn't even pay Monique what she was worth to do Precious. They're not even talking to this day over money. And how much was it? Like $100,000? Right? But like out of nowhere now, you got Oprah Winfrey wanting to give, what's that girl's name? She want to give Kamala Harris $150 million. Child, what exactly? Exactly. What's happening? Y'all, money is not free, you guys. Money is not free. Right? Even Carisha. Y'all saw Carisha out here bragging about all this money that Diddy was spending on her, only for Diddy to pee on her. You see this? Money costs something. Nobody gives you stuff for nothing. Oh, it's like the sugar daddy. Get you a sugar daddy. Nothing is free, y'all. Nothing is free. Nothing is free. If people give you money, they want something in return. Okay? And this is why nowadays Carisha is tied up with the Diddy drama. Because it costs her money too. Right? It cost her money as well. It cost her her career. Now she got to come out here and apologize. Okay? She got to come here and apologize. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Sorry, my lips. Okay. Right? Ain't that free, you guys? Ain't that free? Money's not free. So it's like even a business, you guys, even a business, right? When you don't know nothing about money, you're like, oh, I want to have investors. I want to have venture capital, right? Because you need money. You're like, oh, I want this money. You don't want to do things a small way. You want to go fast. You want to grow fast. Child, let me tell you something. There's a price to grow fast. Because these venture capital people, these investor people, you let them into your business. Next thing you know, you lose your business. Because that's why you think BlackRock is on every board, and BlackRock is forcing all these companies to go what they call ESG, which is like this equity something, and they're forcing people to have all this LGBTQ stuff, and Target's having problems, Budweiser having problems, right? Because they went and borrowed money from BlackRock. Now they don't know how to get rid of BlackRock. Okay? They're like on the board of most U.S. corporations. They're really problematic. I'm like, is Larry Fink like low-key, high-key? Is he a cross-dresser? Why is he so obsessed with that stuff, right? Makes sense? So I'm like, it's not free money. You take these people's money, you're going to have to pay them people back. These people, like these, they call them donors. Yeah, right. These are loan sharks. These are loan sharks. Because she's not raising money from people for the most part. She's raising money from corporate donors. And they're telling her what to do. And they will continue to tell her what to do. Trump, he raises his money mostly like from people because he has a lot of followers, right? So I'm like, it's better to not have too much money like that, but at least you know that, hey, The people who are paid, the people who are putting money into my campaign, I don't have to owe them. Oh, thank you, babe. Thank you. Right? I don't owe them. But I'm like, this girl, she just went and signed with some loan sharks. So we all got to ask ourselves, what does Oprah want in return for that $150 million? Because Oprah has done the business of giving people free money. Because if that's the case, why did she pay Monique what she was worth for doing Precious? Even if they agreed to do it for $50,000, right? Once the movie really blew up and Monique was like winning Oscars and stuff, she could have spun the block and be like, girl, you know what? Here's $1 million. Right? They wanted her to go to Cannes and do all these, like, go on tour for the movie, whatever. Why didn't Oprah want to pay for that? Right? Taraji P. Henson was doing they were all doing, what's it called? Color Purple. She had to drive herself. They barely had food. There were roaches in her trailer. Right? So why didn't Oprah give these people better living accommodation? Since Oprah don't give money away for free. So that $150 million is for something very specific. Now, what that is, I don't know. But we might want to find out. Because Oprah is paying for something. What is that something? Right? But they understand the game, though. Tell Black people that Trump is a racist. Distract Black people with this whole racial division stuff, right? And then behind the scene, we're going to be cutting up and taking all the money. Bunch of fraudsters. I don't fall for these people. They all want money.
You can't see that?
You can't see that.
You, Kamala Harris. You're the vice president of the United States. You are a former senator, a former state attorney general in the second largest state in the region, in the republic. You're a former prosecutor. This man has been.
And you see, and that's the thing too, right? This is why, she's really as a DEI hire, because all these positions that she's held are quite prominent positions. These are no joke. These are some real ass jobs, right? And then you see her performance, like you see her with Dana Bash, right? And you ask yourself, like, how did this lady get to have all these positions? Look at that. Listen to this.
Than any candidate in modern American history. The voters are really eager to hear what your plans are. If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class.
Think about all the jobs she's had, like he said, right? State prosecutor, senator, right? Look at how this lady talks, though. So then you ask yourself, how did she get all these prominent positions? How is this possible? What did she do? Milking her gender? Milking being a POC, a BIPOC? She didn't deserve these things. I'm like, because someone who has such prestigious position, she should be out here doing interviews back to back to back to back to back to back. So now I'm thinking to myself, how exactly did you get these jobs? You know what I'm saying? How exactly did you get these jobs? Because you're not deserving. Vice president, but can't even talk. How's somebody gonna tell you what you're gonna do the first day that you're in there? And you say, I'm gonna strengthen the middle class. What? You've been gone for 40 days and 40 nights. This is the best thing you're gonna say. This lady is insane. This lady is insane.
When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward.
What is that?
In a way that generations of Americans have been fueled by hope and by optimism.
I think how she said hope and optimism, right? Trying to little bite. She's biting Barack Obama style a little bit. She's like, by hope and optimism. I said, sis, hope and optimism don't pay the bills. Okay? People have been fueled by hope and optimism. That's the same BS Barack Obama sold people. Y'all, let me tell you something, right? I was editing this video for the past 2 days. I was working on many videos for the past 2 days, right? That I'm putting together. And I was like, what did we really know about Barack Obama, though? I'm really thinking, what did I even know about this man? Was he ever actually a lawyer? Did he ever practice law? I was like, did he ever practice law? I don't know. Did he, was he ever a prosecutor? Did he ever work for the state? I don't even know. I'm like, did he ever have any, did he go to litigation? Did he take any case to court? Did he win any case? No. I'm like, huh? Why did we vote for him again? man actually do? How did he actually become to be a senator? What did he actually do for Illinois? What bill did he write when he was in the Senate? What bill did he actually co-authored in the Senate? What bill was he able to push forward that actually was successful and funded in the Senate? Right? Like, that's just insanity. That is just insanity. Make it make sense, right? I'm like, this man, I'm like, you guys, I'm so serious. Barack Obama was not qualified to be president. What exactly did this man have under his belt to say, oh yeah, you can really run this nation? Like, you know what it's going to take. He did not. And that's why when there was the mortgage crisis, he didn't know how to fix it. So he just gave it to Joe Biden. Like, oh, you fix it. You've been here longer than me. Because he didn't know what to do. Because he had no experience. And not just that, he had no Wall Street connections. So nobody was nobody, he could not impress or influence anybody to do anything. So he just gave that, okay? He just gave that to what's it called? To Joe Biden to fix it. And then Joe Biden also, he don't know how to fix it. He's a lawyer. And for the most part, when he was in the Senate, he was on the Judiciary Committee. So he's more about like the legal stuff, the prison, locking up black people. Okay. But he was never, I don't think he was ever on the Finance Committee. But I'm like, he has no experience with finance. So Joe also didn't know what to do. Like, okay, I guess we're going to go with the rich people. We're going to go for the donors. So they were being told what to do because Barack Obama don't understand money. But I'm like, what historical case has Barack Obama won? What case he took to court and actually tried the case and he won something, right? And then I'm like, yo, you really start to think about it and you realize that a lot of these politicians, you guys, it's a bunch of people, honestly, they wouldn't have made it in the private sector. These people don't know what the heck they're doing. They're not competitive. They're not impressive, right? They're impressive to us regular people. But in the labor market, like the private sector, they are not impressive. Right? I'm like, did Barack Obama ever have a real job? Did he ever work for a law firm? Was he ever successful at anybody's law firm? Was he ever a partner at any law firm? What cases did he work on? What bills did he work on? How many bills of his were actually passed and approved and signed and funded? Nobody asked these questions. Oh, he's black. Oh, he's black. Oh, he's black. Oh, he's black. We voted for this man without even knowing if he was qualified for the job. Because he told us about hope. He told us about joy, the audacity of hope, the audacity of joy, the audacity of this. And we fell for that stuff, y'all. Come to realize that stuff don't mean nothing. And we got scammed. This man scammed us. I'm like, you were not qualified. What job did he have? Did he ever work a job? Like, did he ever work in the private sector? Did he ever go to an interview? So he went from like community activist to becoming a senator? Like, oh, I would love to talk to the people of Illinois. What did he do for the people of Illinois as their senator? What did they gain from him, like being a senator, however long he was in there for, right? So I'm like, hey, Dungeon. So I'm like, how do we know that he was not chosen also? And then they sold him to us. Because it's giving industry plant. It's giving Ice Spice. Okay, it's giving Cardi B. Like people who just become famous out of nowhere. Oh, first we see you on Love and Hip Hop. Next thing we know, you're out here winning Grammys for Rap Album of the Year. What? And now you see, she hasn't released any other album. How do we know that we actually picked this man and we weren't like, you know, just the media and the media and the media, and we just fell for this? Like, I'm like, did we even know this man? Like, now I'm asking even bigger questions. Exactly. But somehow he's qualified to be president from community activists doing internship for his wife. So she actually had a job. She was actually working in the private sector. He was doing an internship. After his internship, was he actually offered a job or they let him go? Does he even know how to work? Like, it's very bizarre. It's really, really bizarre. I was like, you guys, I was editing this video yesterday and I said, this man, he was not ready. He was not ready. He was not qualified. We never asked you guys. I know I never asked. So yesterday, I'm editing the video and I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Did you ever work at a law firm? Nobody checked his resume. We didn't. We saw a black person. They talked about MLK. He sounded like MLK. He talked about the hope, talked about the joy, sounded like a bishop, like he sounded like a whole preacher on Sunday morning. You guys, we fell for that. With his black wife, his black children, we fell for that. The hokey doke. Oh, baby, I fell for it. I ate that stuff up. I ate that stuff up. And then yesterday, oh no, hold on. Okay. Yesterday, 16 years later, like it's almost 16 years later, I'm like, hold on. Did he ever work for a law firm? What cases did he ever try? Did he ever have a real job? You know what I'm saying? What kind of lawyer was he? Was he actually a good lawyer? Like, seriously. And I'm like, we really need to start doing away with these lawyers as politicians. Even Joe Biden, another one, mediocre. Plagiarized in law school, always cheating. And those people of Scranton, Pennsylvania trusted him. They made him a senator. And I'm like, in the private sector, Joe Biden never would have gotten a job. He's mediocre also. He never would have gotten a job. And it makes sense, right? Because a lot of brilliant people, it really does make sense when you think about it. A lot of brilliant people, they're not going to work for the public sector because it doesn't pay well. Right? So those who can't work in the private sector and get those big salaries, they go work for the public sector because it doesn't pay well. And sometimes you get like stuff for your student loans, whatever, deferment for your student loans, right? But the best of the best of the best, they're not going to work for the public sector. They're going to want to work for the private sector so they can make more money. Like even Jerome Powell at the Fed, at the Treasury over there, right? At the Fed, wherever he is. No, he's at the Fed, right? No, Jerome Powell? Yeah, he's at the Fed, right? He only makes like $200,000 for all the work he does. He's only making $200,000? Are you kidding me? Whereas like someone like Jamie Dimon, he makes like what, like $50 million every year, like $100 million salary every year. So you see, those who like, when you really are not that good, I think you just go work for the public sector. When you are really, really good, you work for the private sector. But I don't think Obama ever tried any cases. I don't think he ever took any case to court. I don't think he ever had clients. I don't think he ever worked even for a law firm. And nobody checked. No one checked. We voted for him on the strength of he's a black person. And he has a black family. Oh my gosh, Lord forgive us. You know, but this lady right here, I'm like, I don't even know how she got all these jobs. You know, that is so sad. And the people got cheated because she's so incompetent.
Indicted. He's been convicted on 34 felony counts. He's been impeached twice. He's lost civil cases. And oh, by the way, he gets grilled at the National Association for Black Journalists. And his immediate response is, it's a very horrible question, the worst question that could have ever been asked. You didn't even say hello. How are you? This is what he does.
But yeah, but they should say hi though. Right? Yeah, Trump really did, but I thought he was racist at that time. I was like, oh, look at him, he's being a racist. Right? I honestly didn't see it. I'm telling you, it's not until yesterday I was like, hold up, wait a minute. Did this man ever try any cases? Even in the Senate, like what bill did he have? Like, did he write any bill? Did he champion any bill? Like, what did he fight for when he was a senator? What accomplishment did he have in the Senate? Don't even know. Oh, he black, so I guess that's it. Right? Hey, Nikki, thank you. Imagine that. How we just get blinded by what we see and we just go vote for people without doing our research. So I thought Trump was a racist. I'm like, oh, well, you just don't like him because he's black. Share, baby. Right? But I don't know. You know, even her, she was in Congress. Like, what did she do when she was in Congress? Don't even know. They swear like this girl she just got here yesterday. She was a senator first. What bills did she fight for? What bill did she co-author? What bill did she get approved to the Senate? Nobody cares to check. Oh, I'm going to vote for her. I'm with her. Like, she was in the Senate. Then she became a VP. That's almost 4 years. What has she done? She's like, oh, why didn't you go to the border? Oh, I didn't even go to Europe. Like, what? This is how you answer questions? What is going on? No, I did, baby. I should have, right? You know? I'm like, what is going on with this lady? Yes, Michelle Obama is more qualified than him. You know, Barack is just like he talks well, like he's very eloquent, right? And he's a black man, and I guess he's kind of cute. That's it. Yeah. But like the more you think about it, you guys, I'm like, it's giving Ice Spice, it's giving Sexy Red, it's giving Cardi B, it's giving Industry Plan. Like, we don't even know you. How did you make it so far so quickly? Because maybe Barack Obama too was chosen. He was chosen. And then the way they sold it to us, we just ate it up. Because they know it so well. Because they know it so well. And I'm like, oh my Lord. Jeez, this is scary. This is really, really scary. Like, it's really, really scary. Like, we vote for people without even doing our research on people. Oh gosh, Lord forgive us.
He goes up against Marco Rubio. He called him Little Marco. He said Jeb Bush, low energy.
But he was low energy.
Carla Fiorina, she's a 4.
Maybe she is a 4.
Teasing Chris Christie about his weight.
He needs to lose it.
Called Ron DeSantis, Ron DeSanctimonious.
He's a traitor.
The man comes up with one-liners that are catchy, and as a result, people gravitate to that. They pay very little attention to whatever substance he may have or is lacking.
But I would tell you this, though. Trump is hilarious. And I'm like, why would he not call the sanctimonious, the DeSantis, the sanctimonious? He betrayed him. Okay, so I'm like, yeah, he deserves that. For all the betrayal he did, Trump helped this man to get elected to become governor. And he became a traitor. So yeah, he gonna call you the sanctimonious. Wumpty wump wump. Like, come on, you act like he called this man a slur or something. He called him the sanctimonious, and it was kind of funny. Like, I'm serious. Like, he said, oh, he talked about Doug Christie, like, in his weight. He needs to lose it. I hope he saw what happened to Fat Man Scoop and how he just dropped dead on the stage. Chat, it is so bizarre. It is really, really bizarre. It is very bizarre. It is bizarre. But I'm like, Doug Christie needs to lose weight. He's morbidly obese. He needs to get on that Ozempic real quick. Okay? But I'm like, that's just a little bit trash talking, though. These are grown ass men. These are grown men. If you can't take a little bit of trash talking and you're that sensitive, you have no business running for the office of president. Like, come on, these are big dudes. Like, they're gonna be all right. Okay? Like, please. I feel bad for all the chairs and couches that Doug Christie broke with his big old weight. Lose some weight. You better sign up for that Ozempic. Okay? Like, he needs to go lose weight. Child, what is he thinking? I'm like, child, please, Steven, you know you laughed at that. Because Trump is funny. Trump is hilarious. Trump is really funny. He's a funny dude.
And he wins anyway. And he doesn't even do it by winning the popular vote. He lost the popular vote in 2016. He lost it again in 2020.
Okay, here, you guys, here's where I want to, like, I have a little bit issue with this whole popular vote thing. Like, oh, he lost the popular vote in 2020. 2020, I honestly think they cheated. Because, why do you say that, Marlene? Because I was just looking at these numbers. I just had these numbers up. I did. I really did. I just had these numbers up. Hold on. Okay. Let me put everything on the screen because I really, really did have these numbers up. Hold on. Yeah, I'm making these like short form videos. It's a lot. It's a little bit of a lot. Okay. One more site. Okay. All right. So look at this, right? So in 2016, popular votes in 2016 in California, right? Look at the numbers for the Democratic Party. Let me make this bigger. Okay. Right. So Hillary had like 8.7 million votes. Right. Trump had almost like 4.5 million votes. You see this, right? So 4.7, 4.4 million votes. All right, cool. Now, when you look at the numbers for 2020, no, not the website here. When you look at the numbers for 2020, let me see. Let me show you what I mean. This is why I think he might be onto something. All right. It's a lot bigger. All right. Look at this. These are the numbers now for 2020, the popular votes, right? Somehow for Joe Biden, 11 million people came out to vote for him. And then when it came to Trump, 6 million people came to vote for him. I think that's really bizarre. Because I'm like, so you mean it? Because I'm like, these number right here, right? No pandemic, the world was wide open, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you have 8.7 million, right? Okay. And then somehow during the panini, during the quarantine, you have like almost like 4 million people who voted more during the quarantine. Something is bizarre. Because like that's like 4 million people more, and like here you have like 2 million people more, right? So it's giving you have about like 6 million people more. Ciao. That's crazy to me. These numbers are bizarre. So look at this, right? And I'm like, plus Hillary Clinton, like, because it's California, right? California. They had the opportunity of seeing the first woman president, the first white woman president, right? So Hillary got 8.7 million votes, right? But somehow when it comes to Joe Biden, he was the oldest elected president at that time. He's an old white man. And the Californians found him so attractive that 11 million people came out during a quarantine, during lockdown. 4 million more people voted for that man during the lockdown. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. And what's the thing is, during the quarantine, what was they doing in California? They was doing a lot of mail-in ballots. These are not people who stood in line. That extra 4 million people, these are not extra people who stood in line. These people were doing mail-in ballots. Because that's 4 million people, right? Because when you see how much Trump lost by the popular vote, it's like 7 million votes. 4 million of those votes are in California. How coincidental? How coincidental? 4 million votes already are in California. California by itself added 4 extra million popular votes to the even more than that, right? Like go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. And then you look at this map here too, right? You look at this map. Here's the map of the US, right? According to like what the requirements are if you need to vote, right? And here's California, right? In California, you have no ID required. You don't have to bring an ID to vote in California, right? But somehow when Trump said that them people cheated, hold on, wait a minute. We're going to do this thing right. We're going to do this thing right. We're going to do this thing right. Because y'all see this, right? It says what? No ID required to vote. California does not require you to bring an ID to vote. And even an ID, like an ID doesn't even prove citizenship, right? Just because you have an ID, a driver's license, et cetera, does not mean that you are a U.S. citizen, right? People should be required to bring their U.S. passport because you can only have a U.S. passport with the eagle on it. Drop down and make your eagle, girl, okay? You can only have a passport with the eagle on it if you're a U.S. citizen, okay? All right. Straight up. Cheated. Straight up. And then look at here, right? Hold on, can y'all see this? Let me make sure y'all can see this. Hold on, make it bigger. All right? Let me show you something right here real quick. Hopefully y'all can see this. What does it say right here? According to the Office of the California Secretary of State, in most cases, a California voter is not required to show identification to a polling place worker before casting a ballot. Who does that? Right? So in California, you can go vote without showing your ID to anybody at the polling station. Like you're inviting cheating. You want people to cheat. Because I'm like, where'd you get all this? Where did the Democratic Party get all these 4 extra million people to show up during the quarantine to vote for Joe Biden at the age of like 78? Where were those people at for Hillary Clinton? But I was like, oh, I remember they were doing a lot of mail-in ballots. These people were stuffing the mail-in ballots. And that's why in California, in Florida, DeSantis passed a law against that. And it's like, oh, they're calling it voter suppression. Voter suppression how? Being told that if you want to order a mail-in ballot, we got to see your ID before you do. You got to have a valid address before we send it to you. That's suppressing voters? Yeah, go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? Yeah, we're not stupid. We're not stupid. You guys, Trump might not know how to express himself, but a lot of time when he be saying stuff, you might want to go check and see what he's saying. Because even me, like the January 6th people, I was like, what the heck is going on? Like, what's wrong with these white people? I was confused. But the way Trump would stop talking about, oh, they cheated, I was like, no, Marlene, it don't hurt to go look. It never hurts to look. When I looked, I said something is bizarre. Let me look at these numbers, right? But I'm like, and it's funny how, like, if you look at all the, like, the electoral, like, if you look at all the popular votes, California probably has the biggest increase in votes over a 4-year period. Like, what is going on? Right? And so when you look at the popular votes, hold on. When you look at the popular votes, right? Let me show you something. I got time. Where can I find the picture of that? Okay, I guess this will be good enough, right? But like, so here you see that what's his name? Joe Biden won the popular vote because he had an extra 7 million votes compared to Trump. He had an extra 7 million vote, right? 4 million of those votes come from California alone. California, the state of Nancy Pelosi, the state of Gavin Newsom, the state of Kamala Harris, right? And you wonder why he took Kamala Harris and put her as VP. You know the power of Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is the one who fired this man. You think it's random? Like, okay, even in his administration, Joe Biden has the most people from California in his administration. Mayorkas from California, the guy who runs the FBI from California, the guy who runs the Department of Justice also from California, Kamala Harris from California. Y'all, he is surrounded by Californians people, man. It's crazy. He was told to step down by Nancy Pelosi, the godmother of California. But 4 million votes out of like, hold on. Right? Yeah. So like, almost like, so you divide 4 by 7, you're like 57%, right? So 57% of those 7 million votes he got came from California. It's not even like it's well distributed like throughout different states, right? 4 million of those votes are from California. A state that does not require ID to vote. You ain't got to show nothing to nobody. You just walk up in there, you vote. You illegal, not legal. You a citizen, you ain't a citizen. Nobody cares. Nobody checking. It is a ripe ground for cheating. I wonder what that is. Mail-in ballots. They have the same issue in Florida, where people will mail in their ballots. You have 2 ballots on the inside. Sometimes you had 3 ballots on the inside. Maybe one day I'll go over the thing that the census actually signed. I'm like, it makes a lot of sense to me. It makes a lot of sense to me. You don't live at an address. Every time we send mail to your address, it comes back as undelivered. But somehow you're requesting a mail-in ballot. You don't even live there. What you trying to do? Right? But nobody talks about that. Why is it that in America, you have all these states, especially a state like California, that has 55 electoral college votes? 55. You need 270 electoral college votes to win. 55 of them are in California. And the whole election process is not protected in California. It's wide open. I wonder why. And I wonder why Democrats ain't trying to change that. I wonder why. I wonder why Trump feel like the people cheated. I'm like, yeah, they cheated. This is bizarre. This is seriously bizarre. 4 million people, 4 million extra votes during the panini. When people can't come outside. When California had some of the most restrictive, most punitive laws during the panini. They were punishing people left and right for being outside. It's not just like Florida. Because I can see Florida because during the whole panini thing, people in Florida did whatever they wanted to do. So I'm like, I can see that. But California, though, it was so restrictive. It was so punitive. It was so harsh on people. And somehow you managed to get 4 extra million people to vote for a Democrat that's 77 years old. Don't believe it. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Okay? It was so rigged. Okay, it was so rigged. It was so rigged. Okay, child, please. That was like the way this man is so incessant like that, and he don't want to stop talking about they cheated. I said, Marlene, you might want to go look into it. This is what I found. I said, this is really bizarre. This is so bizarre. Right? Because if this was any other state that was always if this state was read every election cycle, Democrats will lose their ish to try to get it changed. But they ain't though, because it benefits them. So they leave it as it is. Because California, like low-key, high-key, is their trump card. They can do whatever they want to do to California, and then they can sway the elections that way. Because as you can see, the Democratic Party is the real dictatorship of America. They're real dictators. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
You, Kamala Harris, what the hell are you doing?
Doing what she always does.
I'm not saying what are you doing as in right now. The strategy thus far is fine. I'm talking about moving forward.
She gonna do what she always
And when you know the world is transfixed on you as the potential next president of the United States, and we're looking to see what you do, you show up with Tim Walz by your side?
What's the problem?
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
You know we were looking for you.
Oh, well.
You know we wanted to hear from you.
Well, yeah.
No disrespect to him whatsoever.
Disrespect.
But ain't nobody, how many times you gonna hear that he's a school teacher and a former coach?
But
that he gets you.
But does it matter?
How many times? We know this already. We got it. You want to talk to us about the state of affairs in Minnesota?
Oh, now you care.
You want to talk to us about it being one of the highest tax states in the republic?
Oh, now you care about taxes?
You want to talk to us?
Oh, now you care? Ooh, child, is giving Republican. Okay, it's giving Republican. Then he said he was independent, gonna vote Democrat, but now he cares about tax rate on corporation. Is it because your YouTube channel is also your business, Stephen A. Smith? Ooh, is your YouTube channel a business? Is it an S Corp? Is it a C Corp? Ah, okay. Oh, okay. What Democrat you know care about taxes on the rich? What Democrat you know cares about taxes on corporations? Why you care? Because you really care about your money. Which is what I said earlier. This man votes Republican. What man you know worth $13 million, got a business, has employees, has all these expenses, and he wants to pay 28% in corporate tax when it's right now at 21%. Yeah, right, make it make sense. Like, yeah, right, make it make sense, right? No, he don't. No, he doesn't. And I'm like, I can see why Beyonce also didn't come out and vote for her and sing at the convention, because maybe Beyonce was going to come out until she realized that she was going to have to pay also, because Beyonce is worth over $100 million. Right? So Beyonce going to have to pay that tax thing that she's working on. I'm like, yeah, Beyonce, it's about you, boo. You and your husband. Okay, because those two together are worth more than $200 million. She got plans for them people too. I'm like, so she's not going to come and sing for you when you want to come after her money. Because one thing Beyonce does is be cheap. Okay? It makes no sense for any wealthy Black person to endorse you. And if they do endorse you, they are lying because they're being threatened or because they're afraid of you. All right? It makes no sense. If the current corporate tax rate is at 20%, who's going to want you to be president so they can pay 28%? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, 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 no. I need all my money. I need all my money. Like, no, you're lying.
About whatever crime is going on there? What your positions were during the riots, et cetera, et cetera. I'm down with you. I got it. But there's millions of people who disagree.
So what? Who cares?
If you want to go that route, no.
Who cares?
Nobody cared. You know why? They want to hear from her.
No, they don't have to.
And why do they want to hear from her? Because when she was the vice president, you never heard from her.
Oh.
And she was.
So you recognize that she was vice president, but she was inefficient. She did nothing for the people. But somehow, if she becomes president, then she gonna do something for the people. Stephen A., you really can't be like you're disappointing me, right? I'm disappointed. How do you practice this level of idiocy on camera like this? This is insanity.
Getting blamed for stuff that she may not have deserved to get blamed for. Well, what is it? We're blaming you for flip-flopping on fracking. Is it true? Are you? Healthcare. Has your position flip-flopped on that? Or is it the same? They're talking about, you got surrogates out there talking about, now you're willing to support building a wall after you spoke against it. Is that true?
But why does it matter, Stephen? You're going to vote for her regardless. What does it matter? True or not? What does it matter? And my thing is, if you really wanted to know, you simply have to go look at her donors list, right? See who's donating money to her. Then you'll know what she'll do. Because like I said, this money ain't free. Right? And she went and got in bed with loan sharks. So see who her, look at her donors list, see who her donors are, and then you'll know what she'll do. It ain't that hard. And when it comes to fracking, it ain't that hard. How everybody else finding receipts and you're not finding receipts? Make it make sense, right? So this is her. How everybody finding receipts, you're not finding receipts?
When you were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, "There is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking." Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020 that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
Okay.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes, and starting with what we can do on day one around public lands, right? And then there has to be legislation. But yes, and this is something I've taken on in California. I have a history of working on this issue. And to your point, that we have to just acknowledge that the residual impact of fracking is enormous in terms of the impact on the health and safety of communities. Yeah. So thank you.
So would you ban offshore drilling?
Yes. And I've, again, worked on that. Joe Biden will not end fracking. He has been very clear about that. Joe Biden is the one who, during the Great Recession, was responsible for the Recovery Act that brought America back. And now the Trump-Pence administration.
Okay, and the Recovery Act, if you go and look up the Recovery Act, you will see that it was the $800 billion stimulus bill that they wrote out, and the majority of the money went to Wall Street. And everyday people, middle-class people, got no money. That was Joe Biden. Okay, so she told the lady that she had a position that she told people on the debate stage that she's not going to ban fracking. No, she said Joe Biden is not going to ban fracking, right? If you watch her interview, she said, "Oh, my values haven't changed." Yeah, she told the young lady she's against fracking, and she's even against drilling. She doesn't want to do offshore drilling, right? So I'm like, why you, Stephen A. Smith, you can't find it? If me, I found it. A lot of people found the receipts. Like, why you can't find it? If you're gonna do this little YouTube thing, you better be good at finding receipts, right? They're not hard to find. Kamala Harris lies all the time. It's not hard to find. Like, make it make sense. It is not hard to find.
Is it? These are legitimate questions, is all I'm saying. I'm not castigating her. I'm not casting convictions upon her or anything like that. I'm saying we want to hear from her.
You don't have to.
I don't give a damn about hearing from Tim Walz right now. He's the vice president nominee. We got it. We understand. We ain't trying to hear from him, though. We want to hear from her.
Why?
Because we've been waiting to hear from you for 4 years.
It doesn't matter.
We want to see where you stand.
Doesn't matter.
And why. And oh, by the way, as Teflon Don, as Donald Trump may be, that's with his constituents. It's not with registered independents.
Okay.
That's who you're trying to win over. Where you at? Ladies and gentlemen, she ain't going up against Mitt Romney, who knows his stuff. Say what you want about Ron DeSantis. He knows his stuff.
Okay.
She ain't going up against Nikki Haley.
And Nikki Haley knew her stuff.
Whatever your positions may be, with the border wall, with inflation, with crime in Democratic cities, although there's crime in Republican-led cities too. The point is, that ain't even it. The issue is, you did this in your first press conference, Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
You sat up there and said, believe me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
Okay.
You talked about dealing with criminals, fraudsters, and, con artists. And then you said, believe me when I say, ladies and gentlemen, I know Donald Trump's type.
Well, since Donald Trump is such a fraudster, he's such a criminal, et cetera, why doesn't she return his money? Because he gave her $5,000 for her campaign, right? If she has so much integrity and he's such a fraudster, he's such a criminal, he's such a bad person, why would you keep the money of a criminal? Write this man a check for his money back. Give him his money back. Give that man his money back. Okay? Give him back his $5,000. How you gonna keep somebody's money and call him a fraudster? So what that make you? Like, seriously. I'm like, give this man his money back. If I was Trump, I would ask for my money back. Girl, give my money back. I want my $5,000 back. You have all these things to say about me. Give me my money back.
You know his type, and you're accustomed to dealing with him. Why is he the one doing a bunch of interviews?
Oh, so you recognize that Trump is outside. Okay. Stephen A, you just a hater. Like, you really are a hater. Even I remember, like, the way he would criticize all the players every time. This is a man who's not athletic. He does not have an athletic bone in his body. Okay? But he would be on his show talking about all these athletes, what they should have done, how they could have played, right? But yeah, he can't even play. He can't even bench press. He can't even do anything. But he used to always sit there having an opinion on all these athletes all the time. Right? I'm like, you are a natural born hater. You are a hater. And that's why you do your show to like gravitate towards like more towards the woman than the man, because you have hater ass energy. You are petty. You are truly, truly petty. Yeah, seriously, like legit, right? He's a very jealous, envious person. Like, you wish you were a basketball player. You wish you were a football player. You wish you were that guy, but unfortunately you're not. Like, he would sit on his show. I remember he used to sit on his show and have so much to say about these players. And I'm like, can you even play? Can you even work out? Can you actually run? Can you run a mile under like 6 minutes? Can you do that? No, he can't. But he knows so much about the game. He knows so much about how it should be played, but he can't even play it. Make it make sense. Right? I feel like you're low-key a hater. Yeah, I feel like he's low-key a hater. He's very, very petty. So I see why, like, these girls are texting him, women are texting him. I'm like, do you have any man who's texting you to talk about this? Most likely not. Right? Because you don't even exude alpha energy. This is very beta behavior. Like, this is really crazy to me. Like, what are you doing? Make it make sense.
Again, the strategy was fine. I'm not complaining about the strategy you employed up to this point. I'm saying, be clear. That ain't going to win you the presidency. And for your first interview, and by the way, you know the code that he's using. Nod your head, Rashawn. Nod your head, Honor Free, especially you, Honor Free. Oh, especially you. All right. And you too, Bailey. All of you. Nod your head. Is Trump, yes or no? Is Trump not using codes when he points out that she's hiding? He's leaning on gender.
Okay.
I'm a man. I'm strong.
So it's okay for her to lean on her gender and constantly remind us that she's a woman, she's a black woman, she's a woman. It's okay for her to do that. But it's not okay for Trump to lean on his gender. The thing about these Democrats and these liberals, like, they want to be the only one to dominate the conversation. Like, they have to dominate everything. You don't have the right to assert yourself. You don't have the right to ask for reciprocity. You don't have the right to ask for equal rights, right? They're just a bunch of bullies. There's a bunch of bullies. It's like, no, only I can do that. No, we can both do it. This is America. So if you can use your gender, he can also use his gender. All right? That's it. If you don't want him to use his gender, then stop talking about your gender and talk about what you've actually done. But I bet you can't, though, because all you have to talk about is your gender and your presumed blackness. Because you didn't do anything. You have nothing to talk about. Exactly. Because like, if she really had done stuff, trust, believe, right? She'd be talking more about what she did. But she has done anything. She doesn't do anything. She was barely out here helping Joe when he was struggling. It's like she wanted him to fail because she could wait to get the nomination. And I'm like, say what you want, though, because Kamala Harris, she really knows how to scam. Because the way that girl finessed her way into the White House without doing anything, any real hard work, is actually really impressive. To be that mediocre and to find a way for Joe Biden to carry you on his back and to bring you into the White House when you're so not deserving of that, and then you get the nomination for free. That's the best swindle I ever seen. Like, even the Tinder swindler, he has nothing on this girl. Even, like, I'm telling you, like, even Nigerian scammers have nothing on this girl. This is an impressive scam. This is like the scam of the century. Like, how did this lady finesse all of this? I'm like, maybe she's not as dumb as she looks. Because that is crazy to me. You dropped out before Iowa. Like, she dropped out before the primaries, right? Because her campaign was doing so poorly. But yet somehow you're chosen as VP. Because you found a way to finesse that black woman thing, right? Because she finessed it. It's a scam, right? And now, because you're his VP, when Nancy Pelosi was threatening him with the 25th Amendment, right, you agreed to it. And then when Barack called you also to say, well, we're going to do X, Y, and Z, you also agreed to that. You staged a coup against the man who brought you to the White House when you were not deserving. This lady is treacherous. You are dangerous. Like, you are seriously dangerous. Like, seriously. I'm like, Indian people be scamming better than the Nigerians. Like, what is this? I'm like, Nigerian scammers ain't got nothing on you, sis. This deserves a course. Like, this should be a master class. How did she do this? Unbelievable.
Look at the war in Russia and in Ukraine with Russia. Look at what's going on with Israel and Palestine in the Gaza Strip and beyond. Look at the kind of troubles that we're experiencing, whether it's North Korea, it's China, or whatever, Iran, Iraq. I mean, come on, y'all. Look at all of this. You think she's strong enough?
And you know, with Iraq, Joe Biden was one of the senators who approved the war in Iraq. So, like, he's all these wars he's involved in. Iraq, Israel, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine. The man is a warmonger. He loves war. He's a Scorpio. Does that make sense, right? I'm like, he's a warmonger. Like, seriously, all these wars, Joe Biden was involved. All these wars. It's insane. And like, people are like, I'm like, a lot of people don't even realize. I'm like, you do realize he has 50 years in politics, right? Joe Biden has had more of a say-so on your daily life through the laws he's passed, the war he has approved, than Trump. Trump's only been in power for 4 years. Joe Biden was a senator for 36 years. And we're supposed to sit here and act like, oh, a man who's been a politician for 50 years and never lied. A man who's been in power for 50 years has never broken the law? You don't believe the things you say, huh? You truly don't. Like, I'm like, they swear Joe Biden just got into politics like in 2020. Like, are you slow? Are you slow? Are you remedial? Okay. Joe Biden was in office before some of us were even born. When he was a senator, I wasn't even born. Okay. And now I'm about to be 40. And he's like, he's just leaving like this whole politics stuff, right? So like my whole life before I was even born, he was involved in politics. That is crazy. And yet nobody has smoke for him. But they have all the smoke for Trump, who was only president for 4 years. He's new to this stuff. Like, I'm like, they have way more expectations for Trump, who's only done this once. Joe Biden has done it for 50 years. And they still make excuses for this man. He wanted us to go to war in Iraq. He was all about that war stuff. Then he was like, oh, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. He's always saying that. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I'm like, you're such a bum. Like, you never would have made it as a lawyer in the private sector. That's why you went for politics. Because in politics, people just take all kinds of mediocre people. And most of the time, people don't even go out to vote. And this is how people like y'all like find a way to finesse your way and like slip through the cracks, right? And get these positions, because I'm like, you're quite mediocre. How do you have this job? Unbelievable.
She can't even show up to do a hard interview. I show up all the time.
Who cares?
This is what he's doing. We all know what that is.
What is that?
You feeding into machismo.
Why he can't?
You trying to say commander-in-chief.
Of course.
He didn't do that to Hillary.
Why not?
He said a lot of things about Hillary, like crooked Hillary and stuff like that.
Okay.
He ain't never implied she was scared.
Why do you think that is?
He ain't never implied she was running.
Why do you think that is?
Because Hillary Clinton was smart as a whip and know her stuff.
Okay.
We all know. The most qualified.
You mean that Kamala Harris is dumb then, right? If he didn't do it to Hillary, but he's doing it to her, and if you said that Hillary knew her stuff, she was very, very smart. So therefore, you're also saying that Kamala is an idiot. You are a very insincere person. Like somebody like Stephen A. Smith, I wouldn't even leave my drink around him. You know what I'm saying? I will not leave my drink around this man. Okay? Because he's capable of poisoning you. Yeah? He can poison you. Because this man can lie. Okay? He can lie. He'll say whatever you want to hear. But Loki Hikey, he's bitter. He's very jealous. He's a hater. I would not even leave my drink around this man. Because if you're very successful, if you're more successful than him, if you make more money than him, he's going to poison you. He has bad vibes all the way.
Qualified woman ever run for president in this country's history, without question. Ain't that supposed to be Kamala? HBCU grad. Prosecutor.
And she was in there partying the whole time. I think when she went to Howard, all she did was party and smoke weed. That's why she didn't go to a great law school, because she didn't have the GPA. She didn't have the GPA. She's mediocre. She's very mediocre.
Attorney General, Senator, reigning Vice President of the United States of America.
DI.
Kamala Harris has all the credentials in the world to stand tall, stand straight up, and be like, yo, this is the way it's going to be.
Exactly.
Let's get it on.
But why she can't? Because she hasn't earned those things. It were given to him. So she don't have the energy. Because she don't know how to compete. Right? Because if she was always somebody who was competitive, if she was always somebody who brought results, she wouldn't be scared. She wouldn't be scared. But she a whole punk. Right? Because her career was propped up for her. All this is so artificial. And that's why we say she's a DEI hire. Absolutely. Because there is no way. Yeah, she's a city girl. She really is. Right? Because there is no way this lady really competed and earned all these positions. And she's so scared like this. In 40 days, all she's done is one interview for 18 minutes. 18 minutes, 40 days. So next time you see her in another 40 days, she'll talk for another 18 minutes. So it takes 80 days for her to talk for 40 minutes. My goodness. Exactly. So how'd she get the job, Nicole? How'd she get the job? Right? I'm like, how do you have all these prestige? You have all these prestigious positions, right? But you can't talk. You can't handle an interview. Always scratching, like she's always scratching herself every time she's about to lie. Like, what is going on? They're asking you what you gonna do first day on the job. She's like, well, strengthen the middle class. You should have been like, I'm gonna do this. This is how I'm gonna do it, and this is how much it's gonna cost. No. I'm like, so like you've had how many years to think about this? When you were running for office, you didn't have a plan of what you were gonna do on your first day. You were vice president. You didn't think about that. Since July, you haven't thought about that. Like, it's crazy to me. I'm like, this is just crazy. This is so crazy. She really had me, her, Fannie Willis, Nathan Wade, they really make it seem like law school is super easy. Come on, how in the world are these people getting law degrees like this? How are they passing the bar like this? Because I thought passing the bar was so hard. Exactly. They make getting a law degree like super easy. Come on, how are these people, her, Nathan Wade, Fannie Willis, how are these people getting law degrees? How exactly are these people passing the bar? Unbelievable.
And as a prosecutor and as an attorney, as somebody who knows the law, as somebody who knows a criminal when she sees them, as somebody who knows a con artist when she sees them, and all of these other things that she said about him.
She's saying about herself because the con person here is her. She's the con woman right there. She's a con artist. Okay, one day she Indian, one day she black. Okay, she's the con artist. Okay, so everything she said about Trump, she's talking about herself. Yeah, she is.
Why is this dude the one we see? Because the Democrats are telling her, well, you know what? Something ain't broke, don't fix it. We gain this momentum, we gain this momentum, we gain this momentum. They are right about that. And I'm not disagreeing with anybody on my team who feels otherwise. Here's my point. It doesn't matter if the regular process had been followed. But because they avoided the primaries, because they were accused of greasing the skids to disguise and hide Joe Biden from the rest of us in terms of the decline that was clearly taking place.
Deception.
She is now the Democratic nominee without having had to have a debate.
And you think that's okay?
Without having to experience a primary, without having to campaign.
You think that's okay?
It was handed to her.
You think
in the eyes of the opposition.
No,
that is what they're going to say about her. Say what you will about Trump. He's supposed to be a criminal, right? He's supposed to be in jail, right? He's supposed to owe nearly $500 million, right? The bottom line is he's been the Republican nominee since 2016.
Oh, you don't say.
And he's been through a myriad of debates. And on top of all of that, he got all of this law, these legal issues descending down upon him. And the people have spoken. The Republicans said they want him.
Oh,
all of them.
Oh,
nobody's.
He's admitting that the Republican Party follows a democratic process. So you recognize that in the Republican Party, right? A nominee has to be elected by the people, not chosen, right? Not selected by the donor class. Oh, well, Stephen A. Well, Stephen A. Well. I knew you was a hater because you know exactly what's going on. But you're going to sit here on your YouTube at your big age and proceed to lie to these women. You know, it's just like Tony Gatkins. Like, what's his name? Tony Gatkins. This man, I don't know how these ladies listen to that man. I don't know how they listen to him. Tony is full of ish. I'm like, what are you even talking about? But like the way women are obsessed with being lied to is actually concerning. Yeah. Okay. We got hoodwinked by Barack Obama. He's a swindler. Like every time I see him now with his big ears, I can't stand that man. I'm like, you're such a fraud. Like he ran with the bag. This man came into the White House. He had debt. He had student loan debt. He left the White House with 3 mansions. A house in Hawaii, a house in Martha's Vineyard, $12 million. The house in Hawaii bought to him by one of his donors, $8.6 million. Another house in DC. I was like, but damn. Okay. Meanwhile, the average American lost his house, was foreclosed upon, kicked out of his house, credit destroyed. Like, this is crazy. Child, this is crazy. Yeah, Derek Jackson. I'm like, people love to be lied to. A lot of women love to be lied to. And I feel like what he's going for the woman demographic. I'm like, most men ain't gonna watch this stuff because it makes no sense. Because most men are not given stuff. Most men have to compete. The only gender group out here who's expecting to have things be lowered and things be handed to them mostly women. It's mostly women. Come on, so you know they cheated. Because by your own admission, the Republican Party is more democratic than the actual Democratic Party itself. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Said that about Kamala Harris until July 21st. So you don't get to just skate to the election and have a debate September 10th on ABC.
What?
And you know what? We may barely see you. Nah. Why?
Even the debate on September 10th, you guys, I think she's trying to back out of it. Because all the stuff she's asking for, an open mic, she wants to have notes. The girl wants to have notes. That's why I'm like, how did she get all these jobs, though? How'd she make it? The girl wants to have notes. She wants to sit down. She wants a teleprompter. She wants to have notes. And she wants a live mic. I'm like, so it's not a debate then. It's like, what is this? Because there's nothing in her head. Did you fall out of a coconut tree? Yeah, you did, you coconut. There's nothing in her head but coconut water. Like, I'm like, what? You need to have notes? Are you serious right now? Notes? Yeah, she needs notes. Because she can't think for herself. Because she's a puppet. When she ain't got no brains. She can't think for herself. I'm like, I don't know. I really do feel bad. I really feel bad for anybody who's being bamboozled by this lady. I really do feel bad. I really do. I really feel bad. Like people who don't see her for what she truly is and they really believe in this joke. I feel so bad for you. Like you're about to get defrauded. But what can I do? You know, I can only tell you to be careful, but I can't force you to listen. Right? But I really feel bad for you. This lady is crazy. She's a freaking joke. Even you could even go through life doing this stuff. You would not be hired or you would lose your job. The stuff she's getting away with, completely unconstitutional, completely illegal, completely immoral, completely lacks integrity. Like, what is this? Yeah. She wants notes. She wants notes. She wants a teleprompter. She wants to sit down and she wants a live microphone because she's hoping to catch Trump saying something. And then that way her campaign is going to focus on what Trump said during the live mic as opposed to what her policies are. She doesn't want to talk policies because her donors don't want her to talk policies because they know what they have in store for America. Yeah, I'm like, it's sad. It is really sad. And I'm like, when you really think about it like this, I'm like, because most people in America K through 12 went to public schools, right? I'm like, this is the result of public school teaching. This is the work of the Department of Education. And that's why I'm like, yeah, get rid of it. Because the way you have so many adults today who don't know how to think for themselves, they don't know anything about civics. don't know anything about the three branches of government, yeah, the Department of Education has failed people. Because it's sad. Like, you look at all these adults like that can't think for themselves, can't read, can't think, they can't research, they don't know how to look up anything. You have to feed them all this information. They wait for the shade room to tell them how to think. They wait for Stephen A. Smith to tell them how to think. Oh my gosh. And it's sad. It's really, really sad. And all this is the Department of Education, K through 12 education. This is sad. It's really sad. Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad. It's grown people who can't think for themselves. Oh, you have grown people saying Trump is going to take us back to a plantation. I'm like, which plantation? Like, where is the plantation? Like, how can, like, it's just so dumb. Like, what is wrong with these people? Right? What plantation? And on top of that, he was president before. How, like, it was just like what? Like less than 8 years ago? Like, what? Nobody took you on no plantation. Like, what are you even talking about? Oh, he gonna take us back to a plantation. A plantation. Where is the plantation? I'm like, you exactly. And not even just that. I'm like, even like, to me, I feel like today, like the modern plantation we have today is credit card debt, consumer debt. People are riddled in debt. People have so much debt. The real slave masters today are the people who own your debt. It's the debt that is enslaving people, right? It's the debt. And the second thing also is our health system, because our food is so bad. A lot of us are sick because of the food. But I'm like, besides that, what plantation? What are we even talking about? I'm like, what? You really think Trump wants to run a plantation? Trump is trying to build hotels, boo. He wants to build his resorts, his hotels, and make all kinds of money. I'm like, Trump is trying to put in your damn plantation. A plantation? Like a plantation? Like, they were just, I'm like, this is just bizarre. And it's like, it's sad. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, get rid of it. I can see why Project 2025 wants to get rid of the DOE. Because how can these grown people who are American born don't even know the three branches of government, don't even know the powers of the vice president? This one girl was like, oh, she's a vice president, so they have no powers. I said, how can you say that a vice president has no powers? And she was like, well, since you know so much, why don't you tell me? I'm like, oh my gosh, what do I have to tell you? I said, the same energy you spend writing back to me, you could go to Google. Why don't you ask Google what the powers are of the vice president? What is wrong with people? This is so sad. I'm like, this is really sad. Like, I'm seeing so much illiteracy. It is so concerning. I feel like Thurgood Marshall. Like, I really feel bad. Like, what is going on? Why are people so illiterate like this? This is really, really sad. Yeah. They don't know how to think. They have to be told what to do. If Beyonce says jump, they'll say ha ha. If Oprah Winfrey said jump, they say ha ha. Like, they wait for celebrities to tell them what to do because they think celebrities are better than them. Like, it's so sad. How can you have low self-esteem like this? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you, I'm serious. I'm like, how can you have such low self-esteem? How can you have such like low self-worth like this? That you need to wait for a celebrity? They wait for D.L. Hughley? D.L. Hughley of all people? The man who cheated on his wife, he got his side chick pregnant, and he made his wife pay his child support for him? That's who you're listening to? What is wrong with you? Are you sane? Or they wait for Charlemagne? Charlemagne, the man who came on the radio and told us that he got his wife drunk before they were married? He got her drunk, and he proceeded to sleep with her without her consent? And when she woke up the next day, she had to ask him, oh, did we sleep together? Because she didn't recall, because she was so drunk. Charlemagne, who was sniffing the seat of J-Lo, he was sniffing her fart. Charlemagne? That's who you listen to? Wendy Williams, court jester? Charlemagne. There's a young lady who's accusing him of assaulting her when she was 15 in North Carolina. Charlemagne. The same Charlemagne who went and found Kelvin's mistress, Sharita. Charlemagne is the one who introduced the lady to Kelvin. Wendy Williams, her husband, his mistress. Charlemagne was the one who introduced her to Kelvin. That's who you listen to. Nah, you can't make this up. You really can't make this up. I'm like, y'all know who these people are. Do you know who you're listening to? Do you know their background? Are you sane right now? Or they want to sit here and listen to Plies? Plies? The man who went to college and his entire career told you he was a thug? And the whole time that's not his life, that's his brother's life? The perpetrator, the fraud, the impersonator, the man who sits in his car and talks about eating coochie all day? That's why Plies went viral. Because all he used to do, he would sit in his car, make these videos for Instagram, and talk about eating the kitty cat all day. I'm like, what do you have anything else to do? That's all he talks about. Eating vajayjay. That's the man you gonna listen to. Nah, you can't make this stuff up. Exactly. He even believes his own daughter. You think this man's a good judge of character? You're gonna listen to DL Hughley. Are you sane right now? Are you sane? I mean, it's insane, mommy. Like, it's really insane. I'm like, y'all want to hate Trump so bad that you are even forgetting the source that you're going to get your information from. Seriously? Nah, you're a hater. It's jealousy at this point. I really think a lot of people are jealous of Trump. Like, he's white, he's a billionaire, he got a bunch of money, he has a private plane, he can do whatever he wants. I really think it's jealousy because it's not possible. Imagine a person taking advice from D.L. Hughley. He gets a side chick pregnant, don't have money, the baby's born, and then he makes his wife pay for child support. His daughter came to him. That's how Monique knew about it, because he talked about it on the radio, how he didn't believe his own daughter. But now he believes in Kamala Harris. Imagine believing Kamala Harris, a stranger, so quickly, so fast, more so than you believe your own child. Something is wrong with that man. Something is truly off with that man. And then you gonna sit here and listen to Ricky Smiley, a man who has to wear dresses to be in movies. Suspicious? Ricky Smiley, of all people. Oh, every movie he's wearing a dress, a cross dresser. That's who you gonna listen to. Child, you know what? This is just madness. Yeah. But he didn't bring no side babies, though. But Trump cheats on his wife. He does. He's promiscuous. I mean, we all know that. He likes pretty girls. I mean, that's what he likes. But he has good taste, though. But he take care of his children. I mean, making the wife pay for stuff. And Miss Ivana, she was well taken care of. It's not good to cheat on your wife, though. It's not good to cheat on your wife, right? But I'm like, at least he takes care of his mess, though, when there is mess. You get somebody pregnant and you make your wife pay for child support? You weirdo. It's really, really frightening. It is so frightening. Even Charlamagne. I'm like, Charlamagne, every day you sit across DJ Envy. DJ Envy has a court open. He has a court case right now with the feds for all this real estate stuff they did, all the fraud stuff with the real estate, okay, with that Cesar Pena person. So I'm like, y'all gonna talk about convictions? I'm like, Cesar Pena's gonna go to prison. And DJ Envy might also go to prison unless he becomes an informant, a rata, right? But I'm like, even DJ Envy, is he wearing like an ankle monitor right now? What is he doing? Like, make it make sense. Exactly. It's like, it's lack of morality, but it's not against the law. Like, make it make sense. Oh, what is wrong with these people? Are you sane? Are you truly sane? You gonna get your information. You gonna be swayed where you're gonna vote by gossip of the city. Fee of gossip of the city. She gonna tell you how to vote. The shade room is gonna influence you on how to vote. An entire gossip page that was built on ratchet stuff and like just posting dumb stuff about Black people all day, every day. That's who you're trusting. When I tell you, I've come to recognize this. I said Black people care more about being around other Black people than doing what's right for themselves. Does that make sense? They care more about being in this community, no matter how destructive it is, how nefarious it is, how ratchet it is, how wrong it is, right? They just can't be by themselves. They'd rather be tied into the community than to do what's in their best interest, because God forbid you be by yourself. They can't be by themselves. They have attachment issues. Like, you need to actually detach, right? Be your own person. Think for yourself. So many Black people are so afraid of being alone. They don't want to think for themselves. They don't want to be their own person. Just always want to be a bunch of followers all the time. Like, that's crazy to me. Be free. Live your life. Be yourself. Exactly. I was like, this is just madness to me. I'm like, this is just insanity. It's insanity.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Biden wasn't doing a bunch of interviews prior to the debate on June 27th, and then what happened thereafter with July and him stepping aside. So we have a White House that hasn't been active participants in communicating with the fourth estate, spanning months. Why are you running this country? Nah.
And you know, to this day, look at her website. I'm like, this is so disrespectful to me. To this day, she still has no policies on her website, but she has the audacity to ask for money. Like, what is this? Okay, what is this? This is so disrespectful. It's just wild to me. This lady is insane. It's just so disrespectful. And they put up with this. Nah. We really have to teach Black people what a healthy community looks like. You know, I feel like there's a healthy way of being in community. This really is not it. This is seriously disrespectful, right? When to be part of a group, you have to like self-harm. You have to practice self-neglect. You have to dumb yourself down to belong somewhere. Yes, something is off. This ain't it. Because the community should be about uplifting you, like, you know, allowing you to be yourself, encouraging you to be yourself, encouraging you to think hard, because you have to think. You have to. This life, if you don't think, you're going to get got by many, many, many things, many, many bad things. So you have to think for yourself. You have to know how to think. You got to know how to think. You have to know how to scrutinize things. You have to know how to read and do research. You know, you have to know how to form your own opinions, right? Don't be afraid to be your own person. Like, people are so afraid to have their Black card revoked. Let them revoke that. Who cares? You're Black. No one can take that away from you. Nobody can. Right? And if because you think for yourself, you don't belong anymore, so be it. Who cares? Okay, they were never your real friends anyways. They would never be your real friend, because I feel like if somebody really knows you, like, they should know what you're about, right? They should know. They're like, okay, like, you know, I might not like that you support Trump, but I know you're a good person. But if you can turn your back on somebody that you've known for years because they support Trump, nah, you was always an op. You never liked me in the first place. You know what I'm saying? She really is. Yeah. It's like, it's very disrespectful. It's serious, because some people start voting soon, right? September 4th, I think some people start voting, right? So you want people to vote without knowing what they're voting for? Who are you? Like she's freaking entitled. Who do you think you are? That is crazy. Like, people, you owe her your vote. No, I don't. No, I do not. You're insane. You are insane. That's why for me, I came off the bat. I'm like, no, I support Trump. I'm not going to be like, oh, y'all, but I'm not trying to say vote for Trump. I'm independent. No, I ain't independent, because the independent people, they're not going to get it. They're not going to win. They're not going to win. And even if at some point they're going to have to decide who they're going to give their votes for, right? Because the way this country is set up, the way the money's set up over here, they're never going to let these independent people make it. Right? So, like, for me, it's like, it's a waste of time. Why am I going to lie? I'm going to go vote independent. No. You have to decide. It's either you go Democrat or you go Republican. Oh, okay, fine. I'll go Republican. That's it. We're grown. Why lie to people? Oh, I'm independent. Oh, I'm in. No. No. It's either or. There's no in between. And let the chips fall where they may. And whatever the consequences are, so be it. Who cares? Like, you live your life 365 days. How many times does the Black community care about you? They don't care. So it's like, why would November 4th be any different? Why would it be any different? Please, people who only come around you when they need something, that's family right there. Then yeah, please, you're right. They really are. Because that's how they get their 503, like their 503c thingy status, right? So all these bishops, all these pastors, they don't pay taxes. They don't pay taxes. They're the ones getting the real reparations, if you ask me, right? Even Keon out here begging for $4 million, right? And if he does get it, he's not gonna pay taxes on it. That's another grift. So I'm like, please stop. Y'all crazy. No.
I want you, Kamala Harris, to go out there and whip the you know what of Donald Trump.
It's not happening.
That's what I want.
She ain't gonna do it.
Because it shouldn't be that hard.
It is
Who's gonna vote for him is gonna vote for him.
Period.
Just like the left is gonna vote for you. But us independents, yo, you can't take him.
You say you're gonna vote for her anyways.
That's like Tommy Hearns or Mike Tyson getting into the ring with somebody with a glass jaw. You should be able to take them. We know they can fight too.
She can't.
But once they get clipped by somebody the likes of you, they supposed to fall.
They ain't gonna get clipped. He not falling.
You prosecutor.
Nah.
You should be able to handle this.
No, she can't.
Because of him.
No, she cannot.
Say Nikki Haley or somebody you're going against. This is him.
No, she can't.
Shouldn't be hard.
It's very hard.
That was my point.
That's not your point.
That is my point. And that's going to be my point until we see her campaigning the way presidential candidates normally campaign.
She's not gonna do it.
She's got my vote.
Then what? Okay, then why?
Because I can't vote for him.
Okay.
But I don't want to vote for her just because I don't want to vote for him. I want to vote for her because she shows me she's the one.
Shut up.
And anything that she hasn't shown, I'm not even blaming her. I'm saying the party has paved the way and greased the skids. We can't let that continue to happen. You got to show up and earn it. I'm a sports guy. I remember in 1991, if I remember correctly, Mike Tyson was scheduled to fight Michael Spinks for the heavyweight championship of the world.
Okay.
And Mike Tyson was furious because there was a delay in Michael Spinks coming out to the ring, so much so that he reportedly punched a hole in a wall. He was that damn furious. Mike Tyson had no idea that what held up Michael Spinks wasn't some gimmick or anything. Michael Spinks was in his locker room crying, according to numerous reports, crying because he had to go out there and fight Mike Tyson. And the promoter, Butch Lewis, that was in the locker room with him, do you know what Butch Lewis was doing? Crying with him.
Ooh.
Crying with him.
Well, she's the one that's crying.
But still hugging him while crying and saying, you got to go out, champ. You got to go out there. You got to fight. Because they had $13 million to get. That's a true story, according to everybody that I spoke to.
Okay.
And all I'm saying to y'all is, when you want something, when you want the crown, you got to go out there and fight.
But he swears like these liberal women, like these feminists like that, like these liberal feminist women type of people, he swears like they have work ethic. They don't have work ethic. They don't work. They don't grind. They don't fight. They don't compete. They get stuff handed to them. They create some diversity program. They cry a lot. They shame white people. They, get on the floor. They kick and scream. They scream racism. They scream misogyny. They scream this, and that, right? And then they get what they want. The majority of like modern career women, like liberal feminist type of women, like they don't work for stuff. They throw a fit. They cry. They pout. They complain. You know what I mean? They just make the workplace toxic. And then people just concede. People just capitulate and just give them what they want. So that's how she gets that. That's how she's always gotten what she wants. She's a little brat. Right? So why is she going to change now? She doesn't have to, Stephen A. So she has your vote regardless. Go vote for her. But I know you're not. I know you're going to go vote for Trump. Because you're not going to go vote against your wallet. Okay? You're not going to go vote against, you're not going to vote against your own interests. You're not going to vote against your wallet. Okay? Exactly. How dare he? Right? Go vote for the lady. Go vote for the lady. I'm like, y'all a bunch of haters. And this is why a lot of you people who are coming over here on YouTube and starting these podcasts, you could have been as big as Joe Rogan, right? You could have had a big platform. You really could have done really big things. But it's like, if this is what you're going to do, nah. Joe Rogan, he's so big like that because he says what he feels. He has real conversation with real people. He says what he feels. It's really organic. And that's why he was able to leave YouTube and go to Spotify and have like a $200-300 million deal with Spotify. Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do. I'm telling you, these modern women, like these liberal, feminist, modern women, they don't work for nothing. They cry, they throw fits, they start movements about diversity, they accuse men of sexual assault, sexual harassment. That's how they get things. These girls have no work ethic. I mean, like, they're a bunch of bums. They're a bunch of bums. Okay, they make the workplace so damn toxic. And so all these companies capitulate because they don't want to have a lawsuit on their hands. So they give these girls what they want. Okay, because all she'll do is she'll accuse you of racism. She'll accuse you of sexual assault, all kinds of stuff. These girls know how to like weaponize HR against their bosses. Okay, that's what they do. That is what they do. And that's what, I mean, that's what's been allowed in society. So here you go. Yeah. But I'm like, I can see why Joe Rogan, like he was able, because Joe Rogan got really big on YouTube, right? Started on YouTube, had his little podcast on YouTube, and then he just like, then one day he got the whole deal with Spotify making $200 or $300 million. I'm like, yeah. You know, the whole reason why. That's how it goes. The whole reason why, the entire reason why, I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, he's on Spotify making all this money. Oh, yes, that's it. The whole reason why people come to YouTube, right? YouTube is supposed to be different than mainstream media, right? If you want to make it on YouTube, people are looking to hear or find things out that they're never going to hear from mainstream media. That's why they're coming here. So when they come on YouTube, they expect you to be a gem. They expect you to be a place that they can trust, where they can have your, like, you know, they can see things, they can learn about things that the media is not telling them about. That is your job, right? A lot of you corporate people, you come on YouTube to repeat what you do at your corporate job. That's not what YouTube is about. YouTube is not that. We're not trying to turn YouTube into cable network. Like this ain't it, right? YouTube is like, you come out here to get the real. Like you come out here to get real opinions from real people just like you and how they feel. So that way you can feel like, okay, I'm not crazy in my head. I knew I wasn't crazy in my head. That's what YouTube is about. So if you want to do, like, if you want to do news on YouTube, yeah, exactly. That's what YouTube is about. Yeah, that's what they do. A lot of them sleep with their bosses. And then they turn around and say, oh, he assaulted me so she can get the CEO position. That's what the lady from BET did. The Deborah lady from BET. She was smashing Bob Johnson. She was married. He was married. She was still smashing the man because she wanted to have his position. Right? They do things willingly. It's just like Cassie. Cassie is not all the way innocent. Cassie ain't all the way innocent. She knows why she got with Diddy. She ain't stupid. It's just that I guess she didn't think he's going to go that far. But she knew, if I sleep with the boss, if I sleep with the CEO, if I sleep with the owner of Bad Boy Record, yeah, I'm going to be famous. I'm going to wear nice clothes. I'm going to be on a private jet. Wump. She saw the bag that came with Diddy. Right? But she didn't see the dark side, like the real monster of Diddy. She didn't see it. Right? But a lot of these ladies are not innocent. Right? And now she's out here messing. She's married to her trainer. I'm like, girl, you are a mess. She really is a mess. Cassie is a mess. She really is a mess. I'm like, okay, now you're with the trainer. Right? Because she's just like, it's just a rebound for her. And because they were broke together, that's why she pulled up with the lawsuit. Okay? She needed money. Because that trainer ain't got no money. And I promise you, the trainer too, he gonna leave her too. Wait a minute. He's not gonna do it right now, though. But when people really forget about them and stuff like that, he's gonna file for divorce. Because in her lawsuit, she did say that she was using drugs while she was pregnant. I'm like, you shouldn't have put that in there. You shouldn't have put that in there. Because like trying so hard to get Diddy, she said things about herself that can be weaponized. Because she said while she was pregnant, with both of her pregnancies, she was using them drugs. She even had to go to rehab when the babies were born. So who was watching the kids? He was watching the kids? Girl, he got a plan for you. Because money changes people. You think that man going to see that $30 million in her account, whatever it is, he's not going to want all of it? But he's not going to do it now. He's going to wait a few more years, right? Then he's going to be like, oh, I tried to love her, but she really is bad with the drugs. We did everything we could. You going to see? You going to see? Because he's also a swindler. When you look at that trainer dude, he looks like a hobo. Okay? He looks like them homeless white people in Venice Beach in Santa Monica. That's exactly what he looks like. He looks like he does drugs his damn self. Okay? Not me offensive, but he does. Okay? Like, make it make sense. Exactly. They know what they be doing. She knew about Kim. She saw Kim. They said there were days like he would just come into the room and tell Kim to get up. And Cassie would just be laughing. Like he would just make Kim get out the bed while she is asleep. And then Cassie would get into bed with him. So she was part of terrorizing Kim. That little girl ain't innocent. She is not innocent. She just couldn't fight back. That's it. She couldn't fight back. But she's not innocent. She is not innocent. When Diddy was out here terrorizing Kim, she was part of it. She was doing it with him. And she was laughing. Like, please. Exactly. That man gonna take her ass to court. He's gonna pull a Kevin Federline on her behind. I kid you not. Because she most likely is still using. Because he looks like that's what he did for her. He looks like he gets drugs for her. That dude is weird. He looks weird. And I'm like, what kind of woman would actually sleep with the help, though? Like, girl, like, do you have no standards, though? You go from Diddy to the help? You're a weirdo. She's a weirdo. Yeah, she's a weirdo. Because I can tell, okay, fine. He helps you. Like, he was praying for you. He was holding your hand. He was encouraging you. That's fine. But I'm like, do you have to sleep with the help? Like, he's the help. He's a trainer. He's a physical, like he's a physical trainer. Like he's a fitness coach, girl, with a basic website. You let him smash also? Girl, bye. Like, you are insane. Like, this was crazy. You have no standards for yourself. A trainer? What are you gonna do for you? Right? So I'm even now. So right now, so she had to go get the money. And right now she had a household. Because all he is a trainer. And then he ran a marathon for women in domestic violence. That's all he can do. Because he can't make money. He's not an alpha. Say what you want about Diddy, but Diddy knows how to make money. That's part of being a man. Like, he knows how to make money. You gonna run a marathon for women who are battered? You don't know how to go make some money? Go make some money. Because he can. He'll never be a millionaire of his own accord, of his own will, of his own agency. He's not that dude. Yeah. Yeah. Because I've heard some stories like she was part of it. Like, she was with him and they would terrorize Kim together. There was this one story that one night, it was night, like late at night, Kim was in the bed asleep. Diddy walked in and told her she had to get up because he wanted to be in bed with Cassie. And Cassie stood there and she watched Kim get out of bed and she was laughing at her. She's not a good person. It's just because her skin is white and she's Asian, right? So they feel sorry for her. Like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And she's very pretty. She's very, very pretty. So on the account of that, they're like, oh my gosh, how dare he do this pretty girl, right? Because she's pretty. She's the perfect victim. She's very, very pretty. She's very, very pretty. And when you're very, very pretty, no matter how dumb your choices are, people be like, oh my gosh, it's not her fault. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. She knew exactly what she was getting into. Diddy was just, I just feel like Diddy was excessive. He was excessive. But it's not like she didn't know. Right? She wanted to be with a rich man that's like 20 years her elder. Her parents approved of it. Her mom knew, her dad knew. Right? Please. She had this nice apartment in Manhattan. She had a nice apartment in Miami. Then she had an apartment in LA. She had cars everywhere she went. Endless shopping sprees. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Now she was that trainer. She was missing the lifestyle. She really was. So I'm like, they're not innocent. It's just that, like I said, like, to me, they're just chaotic. So when the real consequences hit them, they don't know how to deal with that because it's overwhelming. Because they're just chaotic. They're just being chaotic. But I'm like, Cassie, she knew. She knew. Just like Ashanti. Ashanti knew when she was messing with Irv Gotti what she was doing. These girls are not innocent. They know exactly what they're doing. They're not innocent. And that's a valid point. Did all this stuff, raided his house, put that all over the TV, all over art, like all over the internet. For what? For what? Doing too much. It was so excessive. It was really, really excessive. I'm like, oh, please. It's excessive. You raid somebody's house and you still haven't arrested the person. He was out here flying his private jet. He was still out here living his best life. Like, okay, sure. Yeah. Please. My point is, a lot of women know exactly what they're getting themselves into. Okay? They know exactly what they're getting themselves into. But the way our society is today, one moment she can be a grown person, don't tell her what to do, and the next moment she's like, oh, people treat her like she's a child. Oh, it's not her fault. Oh, don't shame her. Oh, she's a woman. Don't be so hard on her. Oh my gosh, like she's a woman. Be so nice to her. They're like woman child. Like they're like one moment they're adults. The next moment, like when they want to do what they want to do, they're grown. When the consequences hit them, then they're children. It's like, which one is it with you people? Like you're a freaking liability. They're a liability. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. That's it. So I'm like, Kamala Harris, like, yeah, she wants to be president, but she doesn't want to have to do the work for that. So she wants anybody else to make it happen for her. DNC make it happen for me. Her surrogates have to make it happen for her. Like everybody else has to work. She thinks she's a queen. She really thinks she's a queen. And everybody else is like her little minion. They're like her little peasants, right? I'm like, this is so crazy. Imagine if a man, whether he was a Democrat or Republican, right, was hiding from interviews. Imagine if a man was hiding like this. They'd be making fun of him. I mean, Joe Biden also hid in the basement though, right? But I'm like, it's like, the stuff she's allowed to do, most men will not be able to get away with that. But she's able to because she's a spoiled brat, like most feminists, like most liberal women. You know what I mean? Like most leftists, like left-aligning women. They're a bunch of brats. They scream, they cry, they kick their way, they blame racism. Like that's all they do. They're just freaking chaotic. And then they get their way. So why would they stop? If you can scream, throw yourself on the ground, throw a little a tantrum, do whatever you want and get your way, why would you stop? Why would you stop? They're constantly being rewarded for their bad behavior. Why would they stop? No, he was actually on CNN defending her. I'm like, see, he got a job off of her. Yeah, she's lazy. She's very, very lazy. Even her staff people said she's lazy. That they would give her a briefing, she wouldn't even read it. She don't like to study. I'm telling you, she didn't have a good GPA at Howard. That's why she went to a basic law school. So I'm like, why couldn't she even get into Howard Law School though? What was the problem? Her GPA wasn't there. And I'm sure her LSATs were also very mediocre. She's a mediocre student. She's a mediocre student. Right? Yeah. They act like children. They act like children. When they don't get their way, they act like children. When consequences arrive, they act like children. They're always acting like little kids. And they get away with that. This is what we've done with these girls. Like we allow these grown women to act like children. Just like that psychologist, right? She's like 41 years old. She said, oh, I'm still young. You're young how? You are 41 years old, ma'am. You're a grown woman. Oh, I'm young. Like she's 19 or something. No. So she thinks it's okay to date a 27-year-old. Yeah. I'm young. I'm still young. I'm like, child. Yeah, because she didn't have good grades. Yeah. She didn't have good grades, so she couldn't get in. Right. But look at look at all the work that's being done for her. Look how much the media protects her, the DNC protects her, Black women protect her. You know what I mean? Like people do everything for her. She's a princess. She's a queen. So then imagine if she actually gets to be president, she won't do anything. She's like, do I really have to go to this meeting? I don't feel like it. Like that's just crazy to me. She doesn't even try to show that, oh, you know what? Let me show that I'm grateful. Let me try to at least prove that, I'm worthy, etc. No, she doesn't want to. She doesn't have to. She's really, really entitled. Like most women. Yeah, the simps also, yeah. All these Black guys, oh, yeah, I support her. You support what? You sound stupid. Right? These are the same Black guys who are too scared they're scared of the sisterhood. Like you have a lot of Black dudes who are scared of the sisterhood. Like, oh, look, you're a bad, bad Black man. Oh, no, don't say that. I support her, I promise. Like, what exactly are you supporting? Like you're silly as hell. So for me, I have a lot more respect for men who are like, identify as Republicans. I'm like, at least like, you know what you're standing up for. And also I think as a man, you should care about money. You should care about money. You should care about taxes. You should care about what's happening with the money. Like you really should care. You know, you should aspire to have a business one day, right? Yes. Child, I mean, I'm praying for Trump though, because this lady is insane. I am seriously praying for Trump. I want Trump to win. I really do. Even the Palestinians, they're so weird to me. Like these Palestinian Americans, like, I have to make a video about them because they are really, really bizarre, these Palestinian Americans, right? I listen to, because it's like, because many of them were also raised by their moms, though, no? I think that's what it is. And you know, a lot of Black mothers can be bullies. They can be bullies. So I think a lot of Black men, most of them probably were raised by their mom, who are very toxic. So they're like, it's familiar to them to be abused. It's familiar to them to be talked down on. Like, so they like that kind of stuff. It turns them on. Okay, oh, this is very bizarre. You know, and you have moms who call their sons and try to pressure, oh, you must vote for her. You must vote for her. Yeah, she is. So I was like, you are insane. Maybe they could, but it's like there are people who put themselves on the ballot, right? And the Democratic Party was suing them. Like RFK got sued. I think this lady, like she's Jill something. She's an independent. She also got sued. A lot of people who wanted to go with the Democratic Party, they were getting sued for having their name on the ballot. I was like, what? They sue people. They can sue you. And somebody else sued them and they went to court, and pretty much Jill Stein, yes, she also got sued. I think Tulsi Gabbard also got sued by the Democratic Party. They are a bunch of bullies. Y'all don't know who they are. It's a gang. They will sue you. There was this other guy also who wanted to have a primary, this white man. Child, they handled him quick. Yeah, they're a bunch of bullies. They sue people. I think, yeah, the lady Jill Stein, she got sued also. The Democratic Party sued her. Like right now, they're trying to finesse Cornel West. I think he's also getting sued also. They sue everybody. They are insane. They are insane. They are truly, truly insane. They sue all kinds of people. Exactly. They sue people. I'm like, how can y'all sue? What is going on here? They sue people. Let me see who got sued. Because the lady from CNN, she had Dr. Cornel West on, right? And he was telling her, like, girl, they sue people. Oh, I saw this interview yesterday. But he had to explain to her that he was getting sued. I'm like, you see? I mean, why y'all suing Dr. Cornel West, though? Like, what is going on with these people? I have to look for it and I'll do a video about that. I watched the video last night, but it was on my TV though, so I don't have it in my history. Yeah, they're suing people. But it's like, it's okay for them to do that though. Like, it's okay. They can do whatever they want. Well, she is Jewish. They are seriously corrupt. They sued RFK. They sued Dr. Jill. They sued Tulsi Gabbard. I think, like, I don't know if they sued Cornel West, but they're doing something to him to get him off the ballot also. They're a bunch of bullies. But the thing is, the media covers for that. They're in bed with the media. Why? Because all this money she has is advertisement money. They need her money. You know, because hey, Andrew, what's up? I was telling my mom this too, right? I told my mom, I'm like, you know what I think this is, right? The reason why the media covers for her so much? Because Trump does not need the media. What do you guys think? I thought about this. Tell me what you think, right? I was like, one of my theory is because Trump has such a large organic following, he doesn't really need the media to spread his message. So he's not spending a lot of advertising money with those people. He doesn't have to. Because if on Instagram, he has like 27 million followers, on Twitter, he has 90 million followers, right? And he has his own like social media platform called Truth Social or something like that, right? Trump has direct access to millions of people, which is something we haven't seen before. right? The way we used to know about like a candidate and them running is like through the ads on TV, right? Through cable, through like the news network, right? So by him not using those people and doing his own outreach on people, right? That's a lot of money they're missing out on. Even when he has his own like social media platform, like Truth Social, for example, right? That's traffic he's taken away from Instagram. That's traffic he's taken away from Facebook, right? All that is money, because everything comes down to money. Whereas like someone like Kamala Harris, because she's not known, a lot of people don't know much about her. A lot of people don't know what she's up to, what she has done. A lot of people don't know her, and she does not have an organic following, right? She's not the type of person. And also be honest, right? We've known Trump pretty much all of our lives. Like Trump is nobody new. He's part of like pop culture. You know what I mean? Like Trump's always been here. We've always seen Trump. So that's that too. Like he has that legacy. He has like legacy built in him, right? Kamala Harris, nobody really knows who she is. People don't know who she is. They just like fake like her because she's like quote unquote against Trump, right? But they don't know that lady. So she has to pay for lots of ads. So she's a great client. She's a great client. She pays a lot of money because CNN has to pay all them people. Like all these news people, they get paid millions of dollars. CNN has to cover all the salaries. CNN has bills to pay. So when you have someone like Kamala who has like $300 million, $500 million to spend towards her campaign, to CNN, she's a great client. It's like great analogy. It's like Cardi B versus Nicki Minaj, right? Like Nicki, she's been out here for so long. She's so gifted. She can actually write her music. So the Barbs, it's a real fan base. The Barbs are real. Like the Barbs are not bots. These are real people. And if it was not for the Barbs, I don't think she would have lasted. Right? Whereas like Cardi B is not a real writer. She's not a writer. She's not a real rapper. She's a stripper turned entertainer. So she's really fake. So when it comes to Cardi B, like, you know, like her label had to spend so much money on her image, so much money promoting her, so much money making people like her, right? She's a plant. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, it's the same thing, because the main issue why the industry went and decided to create a Cardi B, because they can't make that much money off of Nicki. Because the fact that she writes her own music, they're not getting her publishings, right? You don't get her publishings. You don't like, when she does her music videos, she usually goes like, she does low budget videos, right? Like she does a lot of low budget stuff. So, and then she writes her own music because the money really is in the publishings. Nicki owns her publishing because she writes everything herself. So they can't make a lot of money on her. So I understand why even the Grammys is not going to give a Grammy to somebody who's an independent artist. Because imagine what happens if you start letting independent artists get all these Grammys. You're going to throw this whole industry upside down. So Nicki, she's being punished to be successful as an independent artist who doesn't sign away her publishing. She's being punished, right? So they create a Cardi B to like pretty much like create the opposition to Nicki Minaj, hoping that she was going to be able to take Nicki Minaj down. The industry was supporting Cardi B because they don't like the Nicki Minaj model, where artists are writing them themselves. They want to own their publishings. They don't want to take these huge loans for music videos, et cetera, et cetera. Like she's not really profitable. So what you have to do, discredit her, create a bunch of girls that look like her, that sound like her, they try to rap like her, but thank God it's not sustainable, right? But they really tried, though. They went hard to make Cardi B just as big as Nicki Minaj. But the problem, the thing about Cardi compared to Nicki Minaj, she doesn't have the legacy. See, Nicki, she earned it. She earned it. Like Nicki has songs on songs on songs on songs, albums on albums. Like she has real fans. Like she earned that. Like the love that the Barbs have for her, it is real. It is so real. I wish that I could have this moment for life. Right? Nicki's real. She's really gifted. Chung Lee, huh? She's really gifted. Whereas like Cardi B, she didn't really have a fan base. It was just given to her. Meg Thee Stallion, all these Grammys were just given to her. All these girls are mediocre. But they're giving awards shows. They're giving all kinds of deals, all kinds of money because they sign everything away. Like I told you, this money is not free, y'all. It ain't free. Exactly. It ain't free. So I'm like, when it comes to Trump, I feel like it's the same way because the man has an organic relationship with his fan base because he's like locked in with MAGA country like that. They follow him everywhere. He can talk to them at 2 o'clock in the morning, at 3 o'clock in the morning. He don't really have to put an ad together. That makes him really, really powerful. He has real fans. He has real organic supporters. Like he earned that. And that's why you see how, because he's always outside. He's always outside, rally after rally after rally. The man be getting shot. He right next to doing back to rally. He went back to Pennsylvania, the same place he got shot. He went right back there. He's out there with the people. He's the people's champ. And I feel like all of the people at MSNBC, at ABC, at CNN, it drives them crazy. Because if more and more politicians start to go the route of building their own social media platform, reaching out directly to the voters, right? They're going to lose a lot of money. Because you have to remember, when you look at MSNBC, when you look at ABC, when you look at CNN, right? You think their business is news. No, these are ad agencies. It's like McDonald's, right? Their real business is not burgers, it's real estate. Makes sense? So when you look at these companies, when you look at ABC, you look at MSNBC, you look at CNN, their business is not selling news, you guys. Their business is selling ads. It's like the Shade Room. It's not a gossip page. It's an advertisement agency. She sells advertisement. She uses these goofy ass posts to get people's attention, right? And then she sells those eyes to people, to brands. Like, hey, I can do a billion impressions a day. I can do 200 million impressions a day. That's what she's really selling. That's the real product, right? That's the real product. But it's not so much, their business is the news. Because you see, CNN does not do news. It's propaganda. Because if they were really doing the news, they would talk about the good side of Trump. They would talk about the bad side of Trump. They would talk about the good side of Kamala Harris. And they would also talk about the bad side of Kamala Harris. God, I do believe that Kamala Harris has some good sides. Of course, I really do believe that. Unfortunately, she don't have enough good sides, right? But if they were really out here doing the media, if they were really in the business of doing media, they would treat these people fairly. What's good for her is good for you. They would have equal smoke for everybody. But no, some interviews, based on who it is, they're a lot nicer. If they don't like you, they're a lot tougher. Make it make sense. Because they're not really news people. It's an ad agency. They sell ads. Most gossip blogs, most blogs also sell ads. So it's like it's an advertisement company. It's not a news network. It's a scam. It's not a damn news network. It's an ad agency. They're selling ads. Hold on, you guys. Let me kind of yeah. Yeah. They're going broke because the business model is changing. And a lot of young people today do not want to sign a 360 deal. And this is why they didn't want people like Nikki to last. They didn't want people like Nikki to show that it was possible. And that's why they never gave her a Grammy. Because they don't want to legitimize her way of handling her business. I'm like, they even need a Grammy. F that. But if you're not trying to be funny, but I'm like, seriously, if you think about it too, Nikki is like Donald Trump to some extent. There was a season they came so hard after Nikki. Even when she talked about the jab and said, if you take the jab, for some people, it could cause you to have erectile dysfunction, right? They came after her hard, right? And she was right, right? But there was a season where you really felt like they were really close to canceling Nikki for good. But the Barbs, they held her down. You see? The Barbs really, really held her down. Otherwise, it would have been bad for this lady. But because Nikki has legacy, she's been doing this for over 20 years. She's been consistent. She writes her own stuff. She talks to the Barbs. Sometimes Nikki she'd be on Twitter over there talking to those people. She pays their bills. She pays their tuition. They converse. She'll have Quinn Radio. Like they really, really, really have a relationship with her. It is not a joke. It is not a joke. The Barbs go hard for her. Like even when she released her album, like Queen City, whatever it was, like right, it's Queen City, right? The way they went hard on Twitter, All the pink stuff they did for her, it was so pretty. I was like, oh, I love this. What is it? Barb City, Quincy? I forgot what it was. You know what I mean? So, like, it's really impressive. I'm like, this is amazing. Yeah, exactly. It's really unfair. It's really unfair, but they're gonna find a way. You know, she's cheating. She cheats all the time. Yeah, he's really funny. He is really fun. Trump is funny. Trump is hilarious. One thing about Trump, he gonna keep you entertained. That man is funny. Yeah. And you know the shade room also, she has to be pro-Democrat or she might lose her platform. You know? Because once you get to a certain level of influence, also, you have to be locked in with the government because you have a lot of power. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm like, so Nikki, I'm like, I get it. Like, the fight you're fighting, they might never give you a Grammy. Exactly. And what happened to Michael Jackson? What happened to Michael Jackson once he started buying, when he bought the Beatles, the masters for the Beatles, right? Oh, Wacko Jacko. They used to call him, what's it called? Wacko Jacko. The whole the pedal stuff, right? But Michael also went to the gigs. They try to make us think that he was such a bad person, all that kind of stuff, because he bought the masters for the Beatles. So they had to make people hate this man, right? Quincy Jones sent Oprah after him. I mean, dang, it was crazy. The same thing happened to Prince also. Once you reject the industry, once you don't bend the knee, bad things happen to you. That's how I know, like, when it comes to Trump, yeah, Trump must be something good because they do it way too much. Well, you see, Mark? Yeah, exactly. Both Prince and Michael Jackson were fighting for their own master. Now they're dead. Exactly. And when they were alive, they made their life so hard. Gag City was, oh, I love Gag City. It was everything. They went out for her. They made all these visuals, all these pink visuals in Gag City. Like, and then like it went so viral that even brands were getting involved with Gag City. Kit Kat got involved in that. Mattel got involved in it. So many brands like Peloton, Lululemon. You know, all these brands were also creating their own version of like Gag City and everything. It was so cute. Gag City was everything. Yeah. But I'm like, if you're not a Barb, you're not gonna get it. And that it drives them crazy. It's the same thing with MAGA country though. If you don't really spend your time listening to Trump, if you just consume Trump like the sound bites, yeah, he sounds crazy. I ain't gonna lie. It's like, what? This man is so uneloquent. But if you really take the time to get to know him, Trump is funny AF. He is really hilarious. Like, this man is stupid, right? It's the same. I remember, like, too, even with Kevin Samuels too. I used to not like Kevin Samuels. But think about Kevin too. Like, if you only consume Kevin through like the little clips you saw on the internet, yeah, you ain't gonna like him. Like, what the heck? What did he say? You really have to sit there and watch an entire episode. They're like, oh, so that's what he meant. Because sometimes when they truncate these clips and they make them so short like that, you are missing a lot of context because they want the clip to go viral. Yeah, Gag City. Oh, I love Gag City. It was so beautiful. It was just so beautiful. Yeah, exactly. It's online. When you're on the internet, you think everybody hates Nicki Minaj. But the Barbs, they showed up and they showed out. They love her. They really do love her. It is not a joke. Even me. I'm a low-key Barb too, though. You know, I don't agree with her. Like, I don't like the fact that she's with Ken and Petty. I think that's weird, especially given that she's the woman. I don't think she should be out here promoting that kind of stuff. It is very bizarre. That part I don't like. The promiscuity stuff also I don't like. But one thing I like about Nicki, one thing I love about Nicki gonna stand up for herself. And that's one thing I love about Nicki. That's what I love about Trump. You know what I'm saying? That's what I love about Michael Jackson, Prince and stuff like that. I love people who stand up for themselves. When they try to break you down, when they try to bully you, when they try to rewrite your story, they want to put all these weird narratives on you. Nah, you gotta fight back. You have to fight back. Don't ever be no punk, man. Don't let anybody bully you. Don't let anybody turn you into a punk. If they say something back. They push them right back. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? You have to teach people to put respect on your name. Like, that's all you got. All you have is your name. That's all you have. So you can't let people play with you. Like, nah. They did. Then they started focusing on her addiction. Because Whitney did everything she could to hide her addiction. But even Auntie Whitney too, though, she wasn't no punk. right? When every time Wendy tried her, she tried Wendy back. Like, you better lay low. You better lay low. Okay. She'll let you have it. Like, who you talking to? And you always felt the jersey coming out of her. But people who knew her, even now that she's gone, every time people talk about her, they always talk about how nice she was, how she was never intimidated by anybody who had a good voice. If you had a great voice, if you had a better voice than her, she wanted you to sing. She wasn't afraid of people having a better voice than her. She was so confident who she was. She just had, like, she just had internal demons. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, though. But how often do you ever hear anybody say anything negative about Whitney Houston? She made everybody feel special besides Wendy. But Wendy also had it coming, though. She do too much. Okay? So it was what it was. No, you can learn to like it. I'm telling you, Libra, he is hilarious. He's a Gemini. They just be weird sometimes. They're really awkward. That's the thing with Gemini. Either you get them or you don't get them. It's like a Sour Patch, right? First it's sour, then it's sweet. Like, it's just a sign like that. Like, it's that type of air sign. But that's the thing with Gemini, though. It's like when you meet them, either you like them or you don't. But once you get to know them, like, you really get addicted. Like, they're really funny and they're very loyal people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But he's funny. Like, Trump is really funny. Like, and the thing about him, too, is, like, even if you don't like what he says sometimes or the way he says it, you at least have to appreciate the fact that at least he's being himself. Because it's so funny to me how people always say, like, oh, be yourself, live your truth, be in your truth, live your truth, be yourself, right? And then when they see someone like Trump who's being himself, they're acting shocked. Oh, my gosh, oh, my gosh, oh, my gosh. I'm like, yeah, that's him. It's the Trumpism. Like, that's what it is. But do not expect the Barack Obama. Like, he's not that person. He's Mr. Orange. So that's who he is. Right? I'm like, oh, he cracks me up. He cracks me up. And I'm like, to me, I like seeing a person, I like seeing a rich man, a politician that has some personality to him. Because I feel like I'm not being swindled. Because I can see his imperfections. I really do. But at the same time, I can see his heart. And I really do feel like he loves this nation. Okay? He wants this nation to be safe. He wants America to be competitive. He wants people to do well. Yeah, I don't see someone who has a wicked heart. But at the same time, also, he's not going to let you walk all over him. And he should not. He's too successful. And not just that, he's a granddad. Like, you're not about to disrespect me. I'm not a kid. So I'm like, yeah. Like, he is really funny. Like, he is really, really funny. Yeah. Child, you get tired of them fake people. Yeah, Christopher also. Chris has a really good fan base also. Chris really does. And he also went through the gigs. He really went through it, child. He really went through it. That boy could have ended his life because it was a lot of pressure, right? So I don't know. I respect people who don't give up. I really do. Because it's hard. It is really, really hard to stand up against the world. I can't imagine that many people hating you. I don't know how he does it. I mean, maybe because of his family and his kids, right? But when everybody just hates you, they don't even know you, just hate you just because. I'm like, how do you live with that? Because it's a lot. You know, maybe like when he thinks about his fan base also, like, you know, maybe that's like it helps him. His family helps him. But it's really crazy how the media can make you hate people. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, for Nicki Minaj, especially during COVID, oh no, they tried hard to make people hate her. Woo! They wanted people to hate her. Like Cardi B, her record label. Oh my gosh, these people tried and they tried and they tried. And I'm like, Nicki, she didn't give up though. And that's something I love about her too. That girl is crazy. But yeah, Tony Motola is really evil. Look what he did to Mariah Carey. He's not a good person. Yeah. I'm telling you, like, I personally think he has a great heart. I think he has an awesome heart. The way he met that girl, Michaela, at the Chick-fil-A, and then he just invited her. She was like, oh, they told me I could have like 5 minutes. Nobody checked my speech, whatever. When Kamala done this? Like the whole time, even her first interview, she's so black. She cares about the black people, the black sisterhood, the sisterhood going so hard for her. Why didn't she show up in Chicago for these black girls? Why didn't she show up for them? right? Her first interview, she's been hiding for 40 days. Why don't she grant the interview to a black woman? Even Oprah gave her $150 million. Why don't she grant her first interview to Oprah Winfrey? No, she gives it to a white person. She gives it to Dana Bash. She's helping a white network. Right? But I'm like, what can you say? Like, your people, at some point, it's like, what can you say to black people, right? It's like they just love being abused and disrespected and forsaken. Because the way black people are going hard for her, especially black women are going so hard for her to lie that she's a black woman, you would think she would throw them something. Like, okay, you can interview me for like 10, 15 minutes. I'll give you a little special. No, she ain't going to do that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Bruna. She's not going to do it. Yeah. Like, that's the Gemini. That's not, I'm sure with your dad is the same way, right? And your sister. It's like, it's a sign you either like him or you don't. But if you can't make it your business to try to get to know them, they're really awesome. My husband's a Gemini. This little baby right here is a Gemini. I have so many Geminis in my life. Like, I attract Geminis. Like, I get them. I really do. They're like, they can be really awkward. They can be seriously awkward. Like, what the heck is wrong with these people? Right? But they're really, really sweet people. They're really sweet people. Like, I don't know. It's a sign that really vibes with me. God gave me a baby Gemini. You know, my son was born June 3rd. No, he's always working. Trump is always working. Right? Joe Biden right now, he's been at the beach for like 16 days. He works a lot. He's always working. I'm like, and the thing about it, Trump, another thing I really love about Trump also, I love his family. I love how beautiful his kids are. I love how classy the kids are, especially Ivanka. Like, she's just so damn classy, right? He has kids. He has 10 grandchildren. I'm like, wow, this man is really blessed. His kids are successful. His grandkids, I'm sure they're going to do some great things, right? I'm like, that's beautiful. But I like that he's really, really about family like that. I think that's amazing. No, it was so real. Like, they were really trying to cancel Nikki. I'm like, what is this? Yeah, that's it. That's it. And on top of that, too, like, she has no personality, Libra. She has no personality. The girl is so freaking boring. It's like, but who are you? Why are you afraid for people to know who you are? Because one girl was like, oh, but Marlene, like, Trump should change this and that and that and that. I'm like, yeah, sure. But at the same time, though, by being himself, that's how he got to be president the first time. So obviously he knows something we don't. Right? Because if he was the way everybody wants him to be, would he have ever made it this far? So it's like, it works for him. It's organic. People are tired of all these well-polished, lawyered-ass politicians who look good, they wear a suit, they talk real slick, and as soon as they get to Washington, they stab you in the back. People are tired. Why do you think so many people stop going to church? Because eventually they realize that even the pastor, the preacher man, he's not living the way he preaches. He does the complete opposite. You know what I'm saying? I guess maybe that's why sometimes rappers are more attractive, because at least some rappers keep it real. But you go to church, the pastor man, all this stuff he says, and one day you find out he's filthier than you, he sins more than you, he has way more affairs than you. You're like, wow, everything over here was a lie. Yeah. People are tired. People are tired. A lot of people, myself, are tired of this well-manicured, well-polished image. It's like, yeah, what you hiding behind that? Who's the real you? So when Trump is like it or not, you've seen him. Like, you know what you're getting. Okay. I wish certain things would change, but I get it. That's who you are. But I appreciate the fact that you're not trying to deceive me. Like, you're coming as you are. This is who you are. You're not hiding anything. Kamala Harris, she hides everything. It's like, who are you? So I'm like, you give me more anxiety. When people try to be way too perfect, right? It's bizarre. Yeah, and they're not going to talk about that part. Yeah. They're not going to talk about that part. You see, she's hiding something. And so that part right there, when you start to do that, Libra, I start to get anxious. Because I'm like, you're up to something. Just like him, like with Stephen A., the way he's so animated, he's so performative. You know, I'm like, when you start behaving like this, I'm like, yeah, you're hiding something. Why are you so loud? Like, why are you so animated? Like, it's never that serious. Yeah, she can't make you laugh. Everything is forced. Everything is fake. This whole I had to wash collard greens in my tub is like, who does that? I've never heard of that. That's nasty. You don't know who she is. And that truly makes me uneasy. I can deal with the flawed person because I know I'm flawed myself. But when you try to sell me on perfection, yeah, now I start having, like, now you start giving me anxiety attacks. Like, I'm like, okay, like, yeah, you about to do something to me real quick because this is like, you're making me anxious. And I don't like that. So I'm like, with Trump, you know exactly what you're getting. And it's not always pretty. It's not always polished and things like that because he's not that person. Right? But you have someone like Barack Obama who's very polished, but it's like, okay, ask yourself, what has he done? How's he made your life better? Hope and joy. Does that pay the bills? They're telling you to live off of hope and joy. Meanwhile, his wife, she charges $800,000 every time she steps outside. Even for the DNC, you know she got paid, right? It's not free. Like her coming outside and endorsing Kamala Harris, yeah, they wrote her a check also. Because Kamala has the money for that. All that money she raised is for all of that. They all got paid. Bill Clinton got paid. Hillary got paid. Obama got paid. Michelle Obama got paid. They all got paid to endorse this lady. It's not free. Nothing out here is free. You think the Obama left Martha's Vineyard to anoint this goofy girl for free? Yeah, right. They also got paid. Everybody's getting paid. They're all getting paid. The Shea Room probably getting paid. Plies getting paid. They're all getting paid. She has the money to spend. Like, they're reaching out to influencers to make content for her. So it goes to show you, like, nobody really knows this chick. Yeah, right. Free where? Free where? Please. $300, $400 million. Yeah, they're all getting some. One way or another. Yeah. It's what I'm telling you, he's being himself. That's who he is. He's like a clumsy ass elephant. Okay. But I'm like, I really do feel like he loves this country because he's always been the one. He's been the first to say, close these borders. He's the first to say he's not going to have the tax on tips. Then she said, oh, I'm not going to have tax on tips. You've been vice president. You're still vice president. Make it happen. She said, oh, she's going to legalize marijuana. She's been in the White House for like 3 years now, almost 4 years. She still has to legalize marijuana. Like, girl, what? Always copying on him. When he raised the child tax, now they want to change. Now they want to raise it too. I'm like, y'all. I'm like, Joe Biden. You've been there for 36 years. You've been in the Senate for 36 years, right? You didn't care. It took Trump to say, okay, I'm going to raise the child tax from $1,000 to $2,000 for you to, okay, I want to raise it $3,600, but I'm only going to do it for a year. It's like, please. They're like, oh, they don't like Biden and Harris. They said they don't like the tariffs on the goods from China. But when Trump put the tariffs, they kept them in place. The Trump tax cuts, they left all the Trump tax cuts in place. They didn't touch anything. So you actually liked it. You liked what he did. But it hurts them so much. Like, the jealousy is so real. It hurts these people so much to say, you know what, this man actually did some good things. He had some great ideas. It hurts their soul. It hurts them so bad because they're a bunch of haters. They're jealous and they're envious. Because if it was Barack Obama who raised the child tax, oh, you would not hear the end of this. Okay? If it was anybody else who had raised the child tax from $1,000 to $2,000, right? My Lord, you would hear the end of it. Right? Joe Biden, he raised it to $3,600, but only for a year because he's not serious about helping people. He's not serious about helping the middle class. Everything they do is, okay, how can I use that to get votes later? But it's not really coming from the heart. They don't care about the middle class. And I think that's the biggest scam about the Democratic Party, is that the Democratic Party has people believing that they care about the poor, that they care about the middle class. They don't care. They're just saying that to win votes. There are some of the wealthiest people in Congress. They're not about to go tax themselves. But they know nobody's going to look. No one is going to look. Because, people just believe them. But I'm like, you're crazy. And you're hiding something. And by God's grace, she's going to be exposed. And I'm so glad that so many people are rejecting her. So many people are making videos about her. All kinds of people, Black people, white people, Asian people, you name it. A lot of people see through her. Like the world has changed. Like after COVID, people went into the house one way and people came out of quarantine completely different. A lot of people are no longer asleep. You know, a lot of people are no longer allowing the media to tell them how to think and how to be. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he didn't care. So I'm like, we've changed. Quarantine has changed a lot of us. We are no longer submissive. We are more assertive. We ask more questions. You know, we're like, what's going on here? That's kind of weird. Okay? Like the world has changed. And they're not realizing that. A lot of people have cut cable too. A lot of people no longer have cable in the house because they don't trust the media. A lot of people now come to they go to Twitter, they come to YouTube, they go to TikTok. People are using so many different social media platforms to get their information now. It's no longer centralized on cable. The world has changed a lot. You know what I mean? And I feel like the media companies of tomorrow will come from the internet. Like they'll come from social media. They'll come from small influencers, right? Who build their own who build their own media networks. Everything has changed. Exactly. The world has changed. That whole lockdown thingy, it did a lot to a whole lot of people. And a lot of us were like, oh, wow, I see the world completely differently now. And I can never go back. Yeah. You can't go back after that. You can't go back. You know, you can't go back. Because we know now, these people are industry plants. Like you are being brought to us by the donor class. Okay, these corporations, these donors, they're the ones who are paying for it. Oh, thank you, Boo. They're the ones who's paying for Kamala Harris. They're paying for her. So she's not even going to be the people's president. She's going to be the donor's president. And she's going to do what they tell her to do. Because I'm like, her raising that kind of money, her raising all that money, it should scare people. Because it's not free money. It's like loan shark money, where the interest rate is like 75%. Exactly. She does. She does. Because she loves money. You know? Because even with the Palestinian people, I'm so confused with them. It's like, they really think that Kamala Harris is going to do something for Palestine? I'm like, are you slow? And they're like, oh, she's our only choice. I'm like, no, she's not your only choice. Go talk to Trump. See what Trump has to offer you. And this one guy was like, oh, Trump, he closed the airport on us. I'm like, so you're still butthurt because he didn't give you a visa? Your people are getting bombed. And you're still in your feelings because he closed the airport? Are you weird? He has the right to close his airport. That's his airport. But he can still help you out. No, you want to vote for the Democratic Party. You want to vote for Kamala Harris. You want to vote for the same person that is sending bombs to Israel to kill your people? And you think that somehow she's going to change her mind? And I think all these American Palestinians too who are protesting and stuff, where your money at? Where is your super PAC? You think your tears are going to stop them people from doing this? I don't, for me, honestly, let me tell you this, Joe, right? Let me tell you this. Honestly, America as it is, right? America, especially white America, I do feel like they're Islamophobes. I think they don't like Arabs. They don't like Arabs and they don't like Islam. You understand, right? Now, when it comes to Trump, if Trump has to choose between Jewish people and the Palestinian people, I do believe he will choose the Jewish people because these Jewish people, the Ashkenazi Jew people, they are German Jews. And Trump's daddy is a German. Trump is a German too. He has German ancestry, right? So I'm like, yeah, that's his bloodline. However, I do feel like if the Palestinian, that's the way I look at it, right? I could be wrong because he's also a businessman. Trump is a businessman. And I feel like when you deal with business people, you got to talk their language. I do feel like if Trump had some type of land in Palestine, I do feel like if Trump was to build hotels, luxury hotels in Palestine, yeah, they ain't going to bomb this stuff. You have to give people something. It's business. You know, if you think that people are just going to do stuff out the kindness of their heart, it ain't going to work. But I'm like, if he had hotels there, if he had something on that side, that on that part in the Gaza Strip, if he owned like property, if he had hotels there, luxury hotels there, yeah, nobody bombing nothing. Okay, that's the way I look at it. Because the Palestinian Americans who are protesting, right, all they're doing now is protesting. That's not going to get anywhere. And once Kamala gets in office, she's going to shut all that down. Okay, she's going to shut all that down. They want, I mean, like I mean, why not? Why we can't make it a tourist destination? Why can't we not? Why can't we not? Because I'm like, if you have a powerful person that has something to lose in the Gaza Strip, anybody finna bomb that place. You have to offer people something. Like all these Democrat people who are supporting the Israel is because of AIPAC, because of money. Like Hakeem Jeffries took $400,000. Right? And all these Palestinian Americans who are protesting, all they have are the little sticks, the little placards, the little tears, the little scarf. I'm like, y'all don't understand how this place works. America's about money. Washington, D.C. is about money. You need to have a super PAC. You need to have money. You need to offer people something. Offer them something. But you offer nothing. Even Iran should know. Well, then I guess that's how it's going to go. Because if you think people are not going to do stuff, people are going to do things out the kindness of their heart, you are crazy. And you don't understand how America works. At some point, you got to start being smart a little bit. At some point, you got to be smart. Because ultimately, America is a Christian country, though. Right? So if you have a Christian country has to pick a side between an Islamic people and Arab people versus a people who's Jewish, like the people of Jesus, who you think they're gonna choose? Like, make it make sense. Like, come on, like you can't be this dumb, right? If the shoe was on the other foot, would Islam people, would Arab people pick Christians over their fellow Islamic person? No. And you couldn't fault them for that. Like, you got to think. You have to think. So if you want this to stop, you got to get you some money. You need a PAC. All this standing outside and crying ain't gonna do nothing. You're gonna be out here for 400 years crying if you want to. Tears don't move nothing. America's about money. You pay for stuff. Politicians are for sale. Business people also, they're for sale. They want to do business. So what you got? Even Iran, like me, if I was Iran, before they actually, to get them to stop killing people, I would say, you know what? Let me give you some oil real quick. Let's stop all this mess. It's too much. I want to go to war with you. Maybe I'll drill some oil and I'll give you a special price. You got to talk. You got to do business. But no. Like, oh, we want to cry. We want to do sit-ins. And ain't going to go nowhere. But I think the Palestinian people, because a lot of them, their skin is white. And some of them, their eyes are blue. They think they're white people. Right? And I even feel like for them, too, they probably got a cultural shock because the way they're being treated, that's usually how Black people are being treated. So I feel like for a lot of these Palestinians, too, they're like, oh, wow, like, why are we not being treated specially? They think they're special because their skin is white. They're crazy. You're an Arab. You're a Muslim. This is a country. This is still a Christian nation. Don't let the little U.S. citizenship fool you. Right? You're like technically a U.S. citizen, but they don't look at you as a real American. Because those who build like the real American people, they're from Europe, France, and Great Britain. Is you Anglo-Saxon? Is you French? Do you know Jesus? So how can you ask a country that was built by pilgrims and Quakers to side with the Allah? Who is Allah again? Come again? They got to be real. And people need to sit down with these Palestinian people and give them a real reality check. Because they're like a little delulu. Like you're delusional. Exactly. But Americans do not like Arabs. They will tolerate you in this society. But they will never fully look at you as a real American. Because this is a Christian nation. We have in God we trust on the dollar. We swear on the Bible in the courthouse. When the president is sworn in, he swears on the Bible. even the ethos of the Constitution, even the ethos of like the Declaration of Independence, right? A lot of these feelings that Jefferson was expressing are things that you find in the Bible. We don't say, oh, Allah has given us undeniable rights. We say God. When we talk about God, we mean the daddy of Jesus. They gotta be practical here. But I think because of their skin color and their pretty eyes, they are deceiving themselves. You are Muslims. You are Arabs. And I even find it quite peculiar that the Palestinian people never reached out to the Nation of Islam because we black. What's the problem? What is the problem? Because now I'm starting to look at them sideways. Now I'm really starting to look at these Palestinians sideways. Because I'm like, why haven't you ever reached out to the Nation of Islam? Why haven't you ever reached out to Minister Farrakhan? What's the problem? Exactly. I'm really starting to look at them sideways. I think their skin color and their pretty blue eyes is getting to their head. They think they're special. So if they cry, it looks like a white person crying. Don't lie to yourself. You're not Anglo-Saxon. You're not French. Okay? You are a Semite with a whole different faith, with a whole different way of looking at the world. And it's a way that does not please the Western people. Like, it doesn't please them. Like, why are you like this? So if you really want to save your people, you have to start to get smart. And you have to understand how things work outside. And you're going to have to learn how to do business. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Joe. You know what I'm saying? No, yeah, I was like really thinking like, why they're not getting what's happening? Like, you don't get what's happening to you? They're like, oh, but Kamala Harris, and we're counting on her, and we want the Democratic Party to be. I'm like, no, you are insane. Huh. So it's you know, you got to see it that way. So I'm like, for Trump, you got to go to Trump and you got to offer him something. The hand that's at the bottom is not the hand that's at the top. When your hand is at the bottom and you need help, you do whatever you have to do to get the help. You don't say, oh, that's my only choice. Well, I guess then you want to die. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because if you go to their country with your Christian faith, they'll beat you, they'll lock you up, they'll throw you somewhere. You know, they're not, it's not a welcoming people. It's not a warm people. Which is just that because we have a good heart. So like nobody wants to see this happening to children. Because they're still babies and babies are innocent. But adult Arab people in their homeland, yeah, they're not nice to Christians. They lock you up. They beat you up. But when they come to our Christian countries, we're very nice to them. We let them practice their faith. We let them wear their hijab. We let them do their little Ramadan. We don't bother them. But you try to go build a church in a Muslim country, see what happens? They beat you behind. They will beat your butt. Well, I don't know. Because I was like, why don't y'all have Minister Farrakhan also associated with you like Nation of Islam? Why don't they link up with black people who are Muslims over here? Oh, you think you're better than? Well. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like if you really want your people to win, you talk to everybody. If you really want this thing to stop, you talk to everybody because you never know. What if Trump does win? You're going to go reach out to him? So, like, exactly. Okay? Exactly. Okay. You should go reach out to everyone. And like I said, you should offer Trump some land. Right around the water right there. Tell him he can come and build the Trump Towers. A Trump resort. You'll see. It's going to stop. Money talks. And I've always said that. I was like, me, if I was super rich, if I was rich, period. But if I was super rich, I wouldn't have enemies. I would pay for everything. Oh, you hate me, here's some money. You're mad at me, here's some money. Shut up. You know what I mean? Because everybody has a price. Everybody has a price. How you going to be rich and you have enemies? That makes no sense. Pay these people. Tell them to shut up. Here you go, shut up. You know what I'm saying? If you have land, give some of your land. Exactly. Yeah, a Trump Tower in Gaza. Absolutely. It's good. They have great real estate. What is it to you? If you give a piece of land to the man and it stops all this killing, it's worth it. Give him the land. Let him have it. As long as he guarantees to protect you forever, you let him have his hotel tax-free, give it to him. He's a businessman. He's not out here for philanthropy. You're not an American. So you can't expect his generosity like that. Like, for what? For what? Because, like, whatever he does for you, he could do that for Israel. So what you got to offer? You have to give people something that's worth it. What's AIPAC offering him? What is Israel offering him? Then what's your offer? Y'all got to do business with people. He's a businessman. You have to learn to speak his language. Okay? So offer him something. No, I do. No, I think it's business. I think it's business. Because support it and free. So offer him something. But to say like, oh, we're being abused by Democrats, but we're going to stay Democrat, we're going to keep voting for Democrat, then you love what they're doing to you. What's the problem? Stop complaining on my TV. I was like, y'all starting to trigger me now. Exactly. Even Iran. It's quite obvious that America wants Iran's oil. It's quite obvious. So before it gets to a point where it turns into a fake conflict, right? Let them have some. Exactly. That's how he thinks. I don't know why people don't want to learn to read people. I don't get it. This is the language that he talks. Talk his language. Talk his language and then wait for him to tell you how he feels about it. All he has to do is make a phone call. Like I said, BB, stop shooting because I'm building hotels. And if there's a huge American real estate development in the Gaza Strip, Benjamin Netanyahu is not going to bomb that place. He's not going to do it. You need something. You need some big American project in the Gaza Strip, because then at that point, if America is there, nobody's going to bomb that place. But if America don't have any vested interest in the Gaza Strip, yeah, you're going to get bombed. Yeah. So I'm like, I don't know what these people want. I don't know what these Palestinian American things going to happen. They keep crying like this. Tears don't fix nothing. You have to build a super PAC. You have to talk money. You have to talk business. That's how you're going to save your people. But all this tears and crying and sitting outside and having the bullhorns and screaming in people's ears, it's not going to get anything done. AIPAC is paying people. They gave Hakeem Jeffries $400,000. They gave all these senators all kinds of money. I think Fetterman took like $150,000 or something like that. You give nothing. And you expect people to just do something because that's the right thing to do. No. They didn't run for office to worry about Palestine. Nobody runs for office to worry about a foreign country unless the foreign country is actually paying. Oh, yeah, they will. They truly will. So, I don't know. But I mean, I pray for them. I wish them all the best. But it doesn't seem to me like they're very strategic. I mean, I don't know what they want. I'm like, do something like what? Like what? They're crazy. They are really, really crazy. They are really, really crazy. I think because their skin is seriously, seriously white. I think they think they're white. I think a lot of these Palestinian Americans, like, they've lived a very privileged life in America. And the stuff they probably saw that was happening to Black people, they never thought it would be them. Like, oh, the day we go out there and protest, like, our stuff is going to get fixed right away. You know what I mean? Because their skin is white. And like many of them, if you see them, they look like white people. Like, they'll be very, very fair. And they have like blue eyes. You're like, wow, that's crazy. So I think that has them like confused, like thinking, like, oh, like we're just like white people. F around and find out. Okay, yeah. I told a guy that one time in New Orleans, because he was selling shirts of like a police officer having his knee on somebody's neck. And I was like, how would you feel if we as Black people sold T-shirts with Palestinian children in cages? And then his wife tried to argue with me. I'm like, you see this? You have no heart. But he got it though. He was like, yeah, you're right. I apologize. Because he's a businessman. So he understood. Like, yeah, she's making a point. But his wife, she's trying to argue with me. I'm like, you swear we could make T-shirts with a bunch of Palestinian children in the cages? How'd that make you feel? Why would you sell a T-shirt with a police officer kneeling on somebody's neck? So some of the people in New Orleans, they found out about it. They went and they broke their door because they had like glass doors. They went and like stoned them things. So that's what you get. It's disrespectful. You in a Black neighborhood, you sell hair products to Black people, and you have a T-shirt with a white police officer putting his knee on a Black person's neck, and you think that's brilliant? You think that's what we want to see? I don't come in here for that. Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, child, I don't know what they want. But they don't seem to be strategic. They truly seem to be very, very chaotic. Because I'm like, AIPAC, they have a strategy. They have a lot of money. They target the right politicians and they put money on their books. Like, here you go, fight for this cause. So I'm like, the Palestinian people, they think that they're going to get advocacy for free. No, you need to have a super PAC. You need to have a lot of money. So all you Palestinians, including DJ Khaled, put your money up. Put your money up. If you really want to save your people, you're going to have to like create a super PAC, and every Palestinian in America is going to have to put money in that super PAC. And you're going to have to pay these senators. Otherwise, you don't really want a ceasefire bad enough. Because if you're going to still stay Democrat and still vote Democrat and still do Democrat, then why are you bothering us? Why are you doing all this stuff outside? Make it make sense. Yeah, they can be very mean. They can be very racist. They can be very, very racist. You know? So it's like, because I find it very bizarre that people who call themselves Muslims, very seldom do you see them connect with Black Muslims. So I'm like, yeah, please. I got my own problems. I got my own problems to worry about. Because either way, like they said, they're going to vote Democrat regardless. So I'm like, okay, then why are you bothering me then? Just go vote for the lady. You don't really want the ceasefire bad enough. Because otherwise you would talk to her, you would talk to Trump, you would see who has the best option, and you would come with something. Don't come with your hands all empty. Like, come bearing something. What you got? You know what I mean? It's business. You have to offer something to get something. Because right now, America is selling weapons, so they're making money. So if you want them to stop making money this way, you got to offer them to make money somewhere else. What is that something else going to be? Yeah. You see? So they have to be more strategic. Because in America right here, when it comes to politics, big. Tears, Black people in America cried for 400 years. They didn't change nothing. Okay? Child. I'm like, they need to go ahead and study the civil rights movement. Like, you need to study the liberation movement of enslaved Black people on this land. It took 400 years. Like, so if you think that a few sit-ins and a few like disruptive movements at Ivy League colleges is going to do something for you, yeah, right. You better put your money up. Big. I'm talking like big money. Like, have a way to rely, to rally all these Palestinians to put their money together. Money talks in America. Being outside, sitting outside, sleeping outside, y'all wasting your time. You're not being strategic. You need a super PAC. And also, y'all gonna have to work with Hamas. You know what I mean? Hamas is gonna have to step down and they're gonna have to rebrand into like a new political organization. Like, okay, fine, we're getting rid of Hamas, right? Like the people in Gaza are gonna have to pretend like, oh my gosh, we don't want Hamas no more. We hate Hamas, right? It's PR. It's PR. People are gonna have to denounce Hamas. We have to act like, oh, we're going to make a new party. We don't want Hamas no more. Finesse these people. You got to finesse these white people. Yeah. Because I'm like, APAC is a big bank. You out here playing little bank with your little tears. Nobody cares about your tears. They don't care. They will kill children. They don't care. They want to be rich. And that's the sad truth. And that's why in life, you really have to be practical in life. You absolutely have to be practical. You absolutely have to be practical. You cannot be an idealist. Oh, they'll just do the right thing. What's the right thing? The right thing for who? You know what I'm saying? Because you have to remember, this is a Christian nation. And God we trust. And we're talking about the daddy of Jesus. We don't have the same God. I mean, I guess we're the same God, but we don't pray in the same way. Right? So if you had to choose between a Christian nation and a Muslim nation, who would you choose? You most likely choose your Islamic brothers. So I do feel like for these white people too, like when they look at, okay, do we help Israel, like the white people, or do we help the Arabs? They're gonna help the Israel people that sound like the people from the Bible. That's what they're gonna pick. And you're not gonna win this. Like, you're not gonna win this. Exactly. So it's like, please. Y'all need to grow up. You need to grow up. And you need to learn how to strategize. And you need to learn how to create a super PAC. You need to learn how to raise some money. And then you'll make great, like you'll have great, like you'll make great progress. And then you'll do a lot for your people. Yeah. Say yeah. Ukraine is sending back the money. They're paying kickbacks. All that money they're receiving, they're sending back some kickbacks. People want to be rich. People want to make money. A lot of people don't go into politics to be broke. They go into politics to be rich. Oh, she became your client. Look at that. That's so crazy. That's so damn stupid. But all right, people, I'm going to let y'all go. I'm getting tired because I did all these videos. I got to do more videos tomorrow. Oh, my gosh. I have to edit videos. Oh, Lord. That's why I do live, so I don't have to edit anything. All right. But you guys, thank you so much. My YouTube was lit for last month. I made some bread for the month of August. So thank you so much. I'm trying to make more bread this month. How about that? Okay. But thank you guys so much. I think maybe tomorrow, I'll try to come live tomorrow so we can go over her interview. Oh, gosh. This is Grace. And laugh it off. But I'm like, me, Marlene, I am committed to making a video every day. Oh, yes. I am committed to going live every day. Because I'm like, this lady cannot win. She cannot win. Oh, my gosh, Lord Jesus, she cannot win. She cannot. She cannot. It's only 4 hours of this breakfast. See, I'm getting better. Oh, I had to record so many videos today. Like, the little, like, oh, thank you, Libra. You're always sending me some money. I had to do, like, shorter videos because I need to do, like, more, like, shorter videos. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe, right? But I'm like, I am committed. Oh, thank you, little co-host. He's passed out. He is passed out. Okay? But I'm like, I am committed to making as many videos as possible. This lady cannot win. I'm going to do my part. Oh, Lord Jesus, I am going to do that. I'm like, you know what? I'm like, Kamala Harris, I thank you because your presence in politics is forcing me to be consistent. Okay? That's how much I can't stand that lady. I cannot stand that lady. I'm like, you're so incompetent. You are so incompetent. I cannot stand you. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. But I am committed to make a video every day because of her. Yes. Okay? I don't like her. I'm like, I'll go live every day if I have to. You cannot make it into the White House. I can't stand you. You are insane. You and Tampon Tim. Go somewhere with that. Oh, my Lord. It's too much. They're just too much. They are draining me. They are draining me. So prepare to be sick of me. I'll try to do more live this month of September. I didn't do that many lives in August. I did a lot better though, but I didn't go super hard. Okay. But I love y'all. I'm wish you good night. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. No, if she gets elected, I will roast her every day for 4 years. I don't like that lady. I don't like her at all. I do not like her. I don't like her. I don't want her for America. I don't want her as a president. She doesn't deserve it at all. I don't like her. I don't like her. Night, night, everybody. Enjoy your evening. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, be safe. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye. She got to go. She's tired.